Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Through the cosmic indifference and through despair, we dig for meaning that might be there.
Testing.
No promises of comfort or bliss, just truths we strive not to dismiss. This is the Finding Gnosis Show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Pessimism asks, why even try? We answer with questions reaching the sky. A critique of the systems, the myths we hold, a reflection on truths both stark and bold. Depressive realism clears the haze, while hope takes root in critical gaze. We search for a path, no matter how steep, to find the truths that lay buried deep. This is the Finding Gnosis Show, where illusions break and deeper truths grow. Philosophy and thought light the way through the dark toward a brighter day. Not endless struggle, but a fight worth the cost, seeking the meaning we thought was lost. Promise ease, we don't promise rest, but a journey to uncover what's best. In cosmic indifference we still find might, to question, to change, and to ignite. Welcome to Finding Gnosis, where truth takes a stand. Together we search, together we understand. Through reflection, critique, and bold exploration, we strive for meaning. The journey begins, the truth will unfold. This is the Finding Gnosis Show.
Hello there, and welcome to another show of the Finding Gnosis Show. I believe it's number 23. So sorry, there was a little blip in the continuity of the show last week. I do apologize about that, but we will go forth with an honest endeavor to try and keep to the thrice weekly routine. So 3 shows a week. And we already have somebody in comments here, a regular, D Proper, who says, manufacturer consent, one of the many reasons why you should always question those above you in the hierarchy. Indeed, indeed. So today we will be looking at manufacturer consent, how power shapes public opinion. And we'll try and delve in a little bit into life in what is now the post-truth society, a society where people are led by their emotions rather than sometimes the actual truth. And the problems that come from that, and if and how we can get around them. If we can. But, you know, it is hell after all, so don't hope for too much. But at least we can try. We can try to be resilient, and we can try to get by as best as we can. If you'd like to come on, now you can do so. We'll do a little presentation, perhaps. Perhaps you can share the reading with me if you want to, if you're feeling like you've got your best reading voice on. But otherwise, you can just sit back and listen and comment at your leisure. I want to say thank you, a big thank you to two people who are sponsoring the show, which is nice. Let me see if I can find them. We have Chickpea. I know that Chickpea the Torty. So here we go. Endless gratitude to our channel sponsors, David J. Spurg McGovern and Chickpea the Torty. Thank you very much for supporting all of our journeys towards deeper insight, reflection, and gnosis. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. It will go into the penny pot here on my desk, and it will go towards, making the show run more smoothly, better audio quality, perhaps, and also, running it on StreamYard, etc., etc. The little costs, the running costs of the show. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Thank you, David, and thank you, Chickpea. Much appreciated. If you want to help, you can go to the members section of the channel and give only if you can afford to. And I think is gratefully received in this time of endless pressure financially. So we'll go onwards with the show. If you're here, do say hello. There's about 6 of you there now. So do say hello if you're there. I'm just drinking my tea, waiting for somebody to come. And we've already got somebody here. And I believe it's Tracking. So Tracking, I'm going to let you on. Here we go. Hello to Tracking. How do you do, sir?
Hi, thanks for inviting me on again. It's
Yeah, you're all welcome. You're always welcome on here, Tracking. You were an interesting guy last time. So tonight we are talking about the fact that consent of the masses is often manufactured in society, and the problems with that, how we can be aware of it, how we can perhaps warn others about it, maybe how we can survive in this society that is, let's be honest, post-truth, where facts don't seem to matter and it is all just opinions and emotions. So we're going to go into that, Tracking. I don't know if you like that topic.
Oh, no. This is actually a topic that resonates with me very strongly, and it does indeed pique my curiosity. I actually have quite a few things to say about this myself.
Well, that's very good indeed. I hope they're not too controversial for the the masses' ears here on this channel, but we will hopefully get into what you have to say at some point. I'll tell you what we'll do then, Tracking, if it's all right with you. By the way, anybody want to come on? The link is in live chat. You can come on, okay? So you are welcome. What we'll do is we'll just go ahead with a presentation, if that's all right. And we'll just see where it gets us. So I'll put you in the background there, Tracking. You're with me. And we can have a read of this. And also, you can let me know if my audio ever drops out, Tracking, because I can't see any comments at the moment, okay? So this here presentation is obviously on manufactured consent. And it's all about, as the prophet rightly pointed out, how power shapes public opinion. So we're going to look first at the introduction to manufactured consent, okay? So we'll have a definition of manufactured consent. Manufactured consent is a term coined by Noam Chomsky, highlighting how consent is not simply given, but is actively produced through media, narrative control, aligning public opinion with elite interests. Now, I don't know how familiar you are with Noam Chomsky. Now, for this actual presentation, I did read a book by his called Media Control. It's a very short book, actually, luckily for me. You can look that up. I say read, I did listen to it as I was walking along. It's Media Control. It's on Audible. It's actually only an hour and 9 minutes. But I did look at manufacturing consent years ago when I was doing my undergrad, because it's a very old piece of work from him. Are you familiar with Noam Chomsky tracking?
I know a little bit about him. I know that I think he's a leftist. He
Yeah.
has I think he's appeared before a lot of university lectures. I think he appeared once in a debate with Jordan Peterson. That being said, I haven't really engaged with the guy's ideas critically, but I've certainly heard his name. And given that we're about to delve into a topic of manufactured consent, I imagine he probably has a lot to say about this, and I'm interested to find out more. Anyway, that's the sum total I know about Noam Chomsky so far.
Hopefully it won't be too shallow for what you desire. But anyway, manufactured consent. So what do we mean by manufactured? We mean deliberately created. So and consent means public acceptance, okay, of something. Okay, so it means that the acceptance that the public think they are giving consent to has been manufactured, has been created in their heads. Okay, their brains have been manipulated by the powers that be in a number of ways, okay, to make them nod their head, doff their hat at whatever the narrative is that the power are trying to push in society. So it's something that goes on, and it has always gone on in my view. I don't think it's something new. It's just manipulation of the masses, you know, by dodgy fuckers at the top. So let's keep going. Historical context and importance. Okay, so the concept of manufactured consent, okay, emerged during the late 20th century, okay, amidst increasing corporate dominance in media. It underscores a critical dimension of power dynamics in democratic societies, where public perception can be subtly engineered without overt coercion. Okay, so it's not obvious to the uneducated eye what is happening. The manipulation is covert. An overview of Noam Chomsky's contributions. Yes, Chomsky's work transcends linguistics. I mean, that's what he did his initial studies in, addressing media and the power structure critiques. His 1988 book, Manufacturing Consent, was co-authored with Edward Herman, and it is essential in understanding how mass media serves elite interests. Okay. What would you view as the elite tracking?
All right. Well, I imagine different people have a different definition of this, but my understanding of elites, it is a relatively small minority of individuals in a society who are highly intelligent, highly organized, and highly connected, and who collectively they hold the reins of power. It's a sort of catch-all term to refer to people who tend to be the following. First of all, academics, people who lead the field in terms of teaching, especially at prestigious universities. Then politics. A lot of what you notice, especially in the UK, is a lot of politicians tend to have all gone to the same schools as each other, like Eton or Harrow. This is especially true of the Conservative Party and to some degree the Labour Party. And in addition to academics and politics, I think even in the entertainment industry, there is some elitism, because it's a lot of the elite bubble is. The way it works is it's sort of an old boys network. People know each other through association and through networking, And it's very hard to become initiated into the elite unless you happen to know somebody who's already there, or you're sort of
Right.
already in there. That is basically how I view the elite. Oh, and also typically, especially in the modern context, the elites tend to be almost unanimously of one sort of standard political opinion across the board, and they're quite vigorous and forceful when it comes to shutting out people who threaten the discord. Anyway, I apologize if I've been rambling for a bit, but that is basically what I imagine when you ask me what I think of as the elite.
No, I think you did a very good run through it there. For me, the elite is the big money. Okay, so it's the economic elite. It's the ultra wealthy. Okay, those who have the most in terms of capital. Okay, the most in terms of shareholdings. So you can think the billionaires of the world. Okay, the very rich dynasties that are out there. Okay. And these individuals, due to their immense wealth, can influence markets, governments, development, because they are they are the kind of venture capitalists. They are the ones that choose what they want to develop and what they believe has the potential to make more money for them as individuals. But they are intrinsically linked. I think you're right. They're linked to the socio-political elites, the people in politics, academia, the media moguls, military leaders, financiers, people, the economists, the people who are on their side. They will have their favorites in different arenas, and those individuals are basically kissing the ass of the major economic elites. Okay, so the politicians, they're not really the ultra wealthy, but what they are doing is they are suckling on the teat of the ultra wealthy, and they are shoring up the ultra wealthy in many cases. Obviously, not in all cases. Some politicians are trying to help the masses, indeed. And then you obviously have they have their favorites. The wealthy have their favorites in media, in the corporate world, and in academia, as you said. There will be people who are their little darlings, who sing the songs for the ultra wealthy, and they get paid the devil's money for doing that, and they benefit immensely because, as I said, they keep things as they are. They keep the status quo, and they attack people who are trying to garner a more egalitarian society. Okay, it is not in the ultra wealthy's interests to lose power. Okay, so they do their utmost to try and protect what is, whilst also shoring up their position and bolstering it and improving it for the future. Anyway, we will go on and try and read the screen. Can you read the screen there, brother?
Yes, I see everything that's on it. It's the slide about Noam Chomsky. The general population doesn't know what's happening. Yes, I see it. Hold on. Are you still there? I think we're on a different slide now. Oh.
Okay, it just went, did it? We'll have to go back to it.
No, well, we appear to be on a different slide now.
Okay, no problem.
There we are.
There we go.
There, this is the slide we were on earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems to me like the way you view the elite, the way you conceptualize the elite, is you believe that at the very top of the pyramid is the people who have all the money, and then flowing down from that is the influential types who essentially dance to the tune of the people who have the money. Am I right in
thinking? I mean, there's two types of individual. There's the people who choose to have masters at the very top, and then there's people who choose to try and bring their peers up, and bring those below them up as well, in my view.
Mm-hmm. So it's a relationship of masters and money.
Masters and slaves.
Masters and slaves.
Nietzschean. Yes. Uh, so manufactured consent and the bewildered herd. Okay. How power sees the masses and controls public opinion. Okay. So Noam Chomsky argues that elites view the masses as a bewildered herd that needs to be controlled. So he kind of thinks that the elites have a very low opinion of the masses. That the masses aren't that intelligent and they can't really decide the best direction for themselves or for the world, and they need to be directed. They need to be manipulated into doing things because they are a bewildered herd, which is a kind of polite way of calling them a bunch of idiots. Um, the general population doesn't know what's happening, and it doesn't even know that it doesn't know, which is a funny thing to say, but it is. Let's be honest, it's often true. Um, but that is not the fault of the general population. When you think of the systems that they grow within, the education system, the media, etc., all these things have a part to play in illuminating the general population and showing them what is important. But unfortunately, would you agree, Tracking? The media doesn't do a great job, and neither does the education system in general, of furthering most people's minds in terms of inspiring them to think carefully about life. Would you agree with that, Tracking?
Well, you said so. You're asking me if I agree with the proposition that the elites that aren't doing the best they can to make the masses able to think critically and informed and educated on the big issues. Is that what you're asking?
I'm saying it's not in their interest for everybody to be that well informed.
I suppose you're right, but the way I view society is the way I see it is all societies are innately hierarchical. Not everyone, from my point of view, has the potential to become a member of the elite. The elite are basically, in many respects, they are the ones at the very top of society because there are various reasons for this, and I imagine some people will take a different view. Some people will dislike the tone with which I handle this, but I do believe that not everyone is equal in a society. There are people who are capable of more. There are people who are, for instance, more wealthy. They come from better family connections, and they are more intelligent, and they're more, and most importantly, they're more intellectually curious. They have a greater appetite for learning, which is just not something that you see in all people. Some people are just, some people don't really want for much. They just like to be entertained by breads and circuses. And the way society is composed is that the intellectually uncurious, the people who spend a lot of their time watching dramas like Love Island or football. I don't mean to sound prejudicial when I say this. It's just there are vast swaths of people in any society who need to be led, and who just, it is better that they are led by an elite that is responsible, that takes a responsible and paternalistic attitude to tell the masses what to think. There are some people, however, who do have the ability to think critically and who are intellectually curious enough to, perhaps see past the social conditioning of the elite. But those people are not the majority. And hold on, I need to formulate an answer to the question that you asked. Right.
You want to take a little break while I say hello to Black Hole? Black Hole, hello there, welcome.
Hi, Black Hole.
Yeah. I thought I'd
Black
stop
Hole,
by for a very quick.
Well, it's good
Can
to
you
have
guys
you
hear
here
me?
with us. Yes, Black Hole. Black Hole, have you got anything to say at this? Have you got anything to say at this juncture about the elites and their manipulation of the masses?
Just one quick message. The parents bring us here, right? And they bring us into the ignorance, right? It's basically, we're all big kids, right? We're all just big kids that just never really grew up, and we're just making it harder on our brothers. That's crazy. So the parents would probably be the ones to blame for procreating, but they think they're doing a good thing, right? Let's just leave it at that. I don't want to say anything. I don't want to go too far
All
with
right.
this.
That's your opinion tonight. Thank you, Black Hole. I want to say hello to David. Thank you, David, for being one of our channel sponsors. I really am grateful for your assistance in that regard. And Chickpea the Torty, thank you so much. You're helping us all here going forth and trying to get a deeper insight, trying to reflect on what is going on, trying to find out what is going on, and trying to attain Gnosis. So I really appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much to Brother David. So yeah, did you want to say something there, tracking, before we continue?
Oh no, well, just to wrap up what I said earlier, I don't believe everyone has the capacity to think critically. Like there are some people who just and again, I don't mean to sound bigoted when I say this, they're just not that bright. Like you can explain calmly and logically what the facts are but you may as well be speaking a different language to them. But the fact of the matter is a lot of people in society are like this, and it is a vain attempt to try and convince them to think critically, because for want of a better saying, it's just not in their DNA. And for that very reason, I think you will never come across a society that does not have an elite. I think elites. One thing common to all civilizations is that there will always be a ruling class. There will always be a priestly class, because it all derives from the essential fact that we're not all the same. We're not equally. We don't have the same personalities. We don't have the same appetite for learning and to
Bravo.
broaden our intellectual horizons. But that is more or less why I believe that not everyone is able to think outside the box.
Okay. Right. I mean, I have a tendency to agree that not everybody is on the same level, but I would caution giving too much power to one one layer of society to govern others with their total dominion, because I think one has to take into account the wants and desires and needs of everybody, not just the wants and desires and needs of, for example, the elite, which is what I believe manufactured consent is mostly doing. It's mostly serving the elite interests, it's mostly guarding their wealth, increasing their wealth. Do you know what I mean?
Well, yes, no. I agree, and here a distinction ought to be made between whether the elite is beneficial to the wider society, whether the elite is acting responsibly and in good faith, or if the elite is acting malevolently and trying to intentionally manipulate and corrupt the minds of the masses to serve its own agenda. And this reminds me, way back when I was in university, I actually we touched upon Aristotle, and he wrote about a lot of this. This was basically the seminal work in elite theory in his Nicomachean Ethics, and he drew a distinction between two almost identical forms of government, which I believe are perfectly suited to our discussion. So, in his Nicomachean Ethics, he draws a contrast between the aristocracy, which literally in ancient Greek means rule by the best men, and then oligarchy, which literally means rule by the few. And the difference, the distinction he makes between aristocracy and oligarchy is that the aristocracy is literally ruled by the best men, the men who are the most noble and the most capable, and who have the good of the nation and the society in their hearts, whereas the oligarchy are corrupt and self-centered and really only out to line their own pockets. So
that's very interesting. So in that view, would it be fair to say that the aristocracy in that view would be more kind of left oriented, because it was involved in the people? Okay, it was involved in like what is good for the state, what is good for the people, the society. And the is it the oligarchy? That would have been more
oligarchy.
that would
Yes.
have, yeah, that would have been more capitalist, more kind of Ayn Rand, kind of all about self. And
Well, you got to understand, this was this whole discussion of left wing versus right wing. This is not something that existed until the time of the French Revolution. Back in Aristotle's day, this would have been like 300 or 400 BC. There wasn't. Aristotle didn't really conceptualize rule of the state in terms of capitalism or socialism. He was very much more. He was more of an old school line of thought, where he basically believed that everyone's character was composed of how noble one was and how one conducted oneself in life. And essentially, words like the elite and the noble classes back in Aristotle's time, they were conceptualized in terms of how morally upright and virtuous they were. And he has a very clear set of criteria that he uses in order to describe it. And Plato pretty much talks about it in the same way. So discussions like capitalism or left wing, right wing aren't really helpful in Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics.
Well, yes. I mean, you mentioned Plato there. He came up with wasn't he? You know, Plato's Republic, and he believed we should be ruled by philosopher kings, right? It's kind of the same as the aristocracy, right?
Yes. Plato wrote. He had this whole theory about this in his Republic, where he believed that a society should be ruled by a very specific kind of elite he called the philosopher kings.
Yeah.
And it's been years since I last read into Plato's Republic, but essentially Plato was giving his own sort of articulation, what he believed a society should look like. Society, I think, according to Plato, should be ruled by the people who are the most, the philosophers, the ones who are the most intellectually curious and who devote their lives to the attention and study of virtue.
Yes.
Of knowledge.
I mean, for me, it was very mechanistic, and he was obviously a eugenicist, and he was quite. There's some shocking stuff in there, like about killing the unwanted, and stuff like that. That most people nowadays would view as unsavory. But yeah, when you look at it for what it was, Plato's, in my view, his attempt at illuminating what should be done in governance, it was soulless. Would you not agree? It was inhumane. When you look at it for what it was mechanistic. It took the human out of the picture, and it kind of, as I said, it was dehumanizing. It looked at the people as objects to be utilized rather than individuals to have experiences.
Well, there's quite a lot to say about this. First of all, you've got to understand, in Plato and Aristotle's time, slavery was basically the law of the land, not just in ancient Greece, but in most parts of civilized society. The ancient Greeks, they had totally different ideas about what was considered legal and acceptable compared to what we have now. And they didn't really view human rights or humanity in the same sense that we do, It may well have been the case that Plato was a eugenicist, but Sparta, it was customary in ancient Sparta to practice a form of eugenics where weak, sick babies were essentially thrown out and left to rot. And that's just the way things were. But that is not to say that there's certainly components of Plato's Republic that are very dehumanizing. And one particular surprising fact that I discovered in Plato's Republic is that Plato may well have been the very first philosopher to have advocated a form of communism. And if you don't believe me, the word communism is actually talked about in Aristotle's response to Plato's Republics, where Plato advocates to make sure that every individual within one of these philosopher king societies within his republic is able to function and partake in the society. They must be removed from their parents and their family And there must be no such thing as a family. The family itself should be abolished so that everyone can live and associate with each other in the Republic. And though they may be brothers or sisters, they're not allowed to know this. And this is actually pretty surprising because we never. I mean, it's striking that Plato would think that the family and that as a human society we function in this way, but that was more or less what Plato advocated. There were some very strange things in Plato's Republic. I mean, it's
Indeed.
fascinating.
We should do a show on Plato at some point. We should, because he was actually he's of fundamental importance in terms of Gnosticism as well. Gnosticism appeared in, I think, in the 1st century AD. Okay, ancient Christian Gnosticism, and it came from obviously Judaism, and it came from early Christianity, and it came from Greek philosophy, which was very, very influential during that period. And it was actually Plato himself who came up with the concept of the demiurge. Okay. So the demiurge is the creator, the divine craftsman of the cosmos, who Plato theorized would be ignorant or evil or highly flawed, and it was one of those ideas. Is that idea that fundamentally shaped early Gnostic thought, and so I think it would be definitely worth a deep dive, considering Aristotle and Plato, these guys are like the fathers of Western philosophy. So it would be good for us to look at them in greater detail another time. But however, this evening we better get back to our task, which was manufactured consent.
Manufactured consent.
Anyway, in Chomsky's view, the elites tolerate democracy because it's seen as something that has to be seen to work to appease the masses, to keep us all happy, okay? And they allow us to have this mirage of power, okay? This illusion of being in control, which is democracy. We get our elections every 4 or 5 years, wherever we are in the world. Sometimes we can change the government by voting. But the thing is, the democracy itself is only actually tolerated. Okay, it's not protected. It's tolerated by the powers that be, and it's tolerated so much so that it's only tolerated if it doesn't threaten the elites themselves. Okay, so if democracy starts to threaten the immense power that is the ultra wealthy in the world, well, things will start to run amok in society to threaten democracy. Okay, so I can't think of anything right now, but there might be kind of an upswing in some kind of right wing stuff to maybe have a military coup of power. They might try and make people more patriotic, so we all sing from the same hymn sheet, and we do so unquestionably. They'll do anything and everything to stop power being threatened by democracy. So democracy is there, but ultimate democracy is an illusion. Is that fair enough, tracking?
Well, yes, it's what I would say. This ties into the discussion of manufactured consent. What's interesting about democracy is that it retains the veneer of egalitarianism, the idea of one man, one vote. And it also presupposes that the masses are self-aware enough to choose what they believe to be the right choice. However, if it turned out that the elite actually knew that the masses could be psychologically programmed to believe in and advocate a cause which was secretly being spoon-fed to them through the elite and their institutions, then what we essentially have is not really a democracy in the true sense of the term, but actually more or less the same of what we've always had. That is a society that is run from the top down, that has the facade, the veneer of an egalitarian democracy, but in reality, what one may call a media-run state, or what's the right word to use? An oligarchy, perhaps. And I have a feeling this is what we're going to go over in this presentation. At least I hope.
So basically, yes. So basically, nowadays the media manufactures consent to shape public opinion. Okay, and that is more the case. Obviously, the bigger the media outfit. Okay, and obviously you yourself can practice your own due diligence and check whether a media is supportive of the status quo or contra it. Okay, but I would speculate it's not as simple nowadays. I would say that this is so endemic in society, this manufactured consent. I would say there is such a thing as planted opposition, people who are put into contra media outlets who are against the status quo for democracy, or at least that's how it appears. But they might be put in there to run amok and cause disarray. So I speculate there are people paid, for example, by the right to go into the left wing media and cause trouble by saying and doing things that are viewed as problematic by most people. Do you understand what I mean? Tracking? Am I being a bit too paranoid there in my views?
I wouldn't say you're paranoid or anything, but the way you describe the conflict between the left and the right, I don't know. It seems as though you based on your tone.
I will say one thing before you go on. They are two cheeks of the one arse, and they are a way of separating people. Sometimes ridiculously so, because, as I said, in America, the right is scared of, they have the red scare, they're scared of communism, but in America at present, the right supports Russia, and the left is supportive of Islam in Gaza, and even though they are pro-freedom, pro-human rights, they support some things that you could be said to be oppressive. So left and right, in my view, is a very problematic labeling system because it's not clear cut, is it?
No. Especially in this day and age, I feel like terms like left wing and right wing are becoming outdated. They no longer serve the useful function of being able to delineate one section of the population that has a set of beliefs from another. I have my own sort of views about what a better term would be, but yes, no, this whether you would describe yourself as left wing or right wing, the elite has its own set of beliefs somewhere on the political compass, and it will use whatever mechanisms it can in order to program people to leaning a certain way, or to convince said people that the reality, that the whole nature of the world is the way that it is. And if you don't believe in these things, then you're not, what you believe in is not normal. And this is what I mean. And I have a feeling this connects with the idea of manufactured consent, because it's very easy for the ruling class, for the elites, to manufacture and mold public opinion. It's very easy, and nobody likes to acknowledge it because it hints at a basic essential truth of human nature, in that we're all hierarchical and we're not as rational and logical as we like to believe we are.
Yeah, and something I was speaking to Brother Marcus about recently was the fact that truth is out of touch. We can't quite reach truth as human beings, and that allows for a lot of sophistry in public discourse. And like, people are able to bend and twist things to appear logical, okay, from different angles. And this makes it a very troublesome affair to have a discourse in in public that is reliable, because, as I've said, the powers that be can twist anything to seem logical. Do you understand what I mean by that?
Yes. Sometimes they will use the language of appearing logical and reason. In essence, what they will simply to program people or to psychologically trick them into imbibing the beliefs of the current dispensation.
Right.
Yeah, it's yeah, that
So
we don't
ultimately, with
post.
manufactured consent, the elite is trying to keep the public, okay, which is the 99.999% of individuals out there, distracted, divided, and passive. So ultimately, trying to prevent the public from becoming this critical mass that is together in unison, okay, and is pointed in one direction, which is in opposition to the elites that have ultimate power over us. They do not want that. They do not want another French Revolution, okay. They do not want the mob to come and climb over the palace walls, okay. They want to keep the public in disarray, divided, okay. So they want the Muslims fighting the Christians. They want the blacks fighting the whites. They want the people blaming anybody and everybody except the ultra wealthy. Okay. I mean, I can think of something in this country tracking at the moment, which is the fact that the government is talking about ending benefits for a lot of disabled people. And when you look at the figure, I think it's £6 billion they're going to save annually. But that, to me, is a pittance in comparison to the amount of money they could get if they really wanted to from the likes of Amazon, Uber Eats, Uber itself, sorry, who else? Starbucks. These multinational corporations that take a lot of money from the British person's pocket, but don't give much back in taxes. Do you agree with me on that point?
Um, I'm. I don't consider myself an economist. It's very. I don't know with 100% certainty what the end game is of our current Starmer administration. I think partially it seems to be a lot of it seems to be a mixture of ideology and incompetence. It's that the idea that they're essentially there's this 21 billion, or I forget however much it is, pound black hole in the NHS. So they're going to raise the money by taxing anyone and everyone. Um, I can't really think what the overall purpose is, because it's certainly not winning any one person over on their side. I can't find
Right.
a single person who I know of who actually likes the current government or what the government is doing.
It's very, very strange. And do you know what's very strange, guys? In both countries, in the UK, we have the left doing it, but in America, they have the right doing it. But they seem to be ripping apart what was there before, what was to be expected. And I mean, Trump is going at it, crazily in America. And if you read, I think most media is saying that his approval rating has fallen well below par, to be expected, for given how long he has been in power this term. And it just seems like the rug is being pulled from under our feet, and we are all being put into little boxes that are very worrying. We're being our power is being stripped away. We're being treated in a manner that I would say is detrimental to our welfare, and we are being treated with contempt the world over as human beings, and it is extremely worrying. And the most interesting point of all of this is you get the government you deserve. You voted these individuals in. You voted for them. You sang for them. You wore the baseball caps. You waved the flags. You were brought down the garden path by manufactured consent. Okay, and this is why it's very, very important to understand this this type of manipulation, because it is an action right now, and you will pay the price for it as a people. Dare I say it? all over the world, we are paying the price for it. Now, I want to say thank you. I've already said thank you to David. I'll say thank you again, David. But thank you to Chick P, the Torty, for your lovely sponsorship of the program. I really appreciate it, Chick P. And she says she agrees with me. Chick P, I am very grateful. And you do help lubricate the show. So thank you for that. So we'll go on, will we? We'll see what else is coming up here. The two classes of people, okay? So these are the definitions. So we've got the political class, which is basically the elites and decision makers, okay? These are the small percentage of people who understand the system, who control policy, media, and global decisions, okay? And then you have the bewildered herd, which is the general public. It's seen as, and they're seen as too uninformed. By the way, this is the view from the powers that be, okay? Okay? It's not necessarily how you view yourself or how a sane individual views another human being, but this is how the powers that be that are in control of society see you and others of your peerage. You're seen as too uninformed and too emotional to make rational decisions. And your role is simply to put your shoulder to the yoke. You are here to work, consume, vote occasionally in the theatre that is democracy we've already gone into, and obey. You must obey, and your perception of reality is not really your own. Okay, shaped by mass media and controlled narratives that are imbued in you from day dot. So when you are born, when you're walking around, everything coming at you, advertising, okay? What is sold in shops, the trends, okay? The news, film, even literature that is pushed. Everything is being pushed in the education system, in the media, to make you think a certain way, because your perception is not your own. Your perception is something that has been fashioned by the powers that be. And Chickpea the Torty says, this begs the question, why do the masses breed? Why? Why don't they see it? Well, that's a matter for their own deliberation and yours, Chickpea. And I'm sure part of it is because people don't think about breeding outside of thinking it's an entirely normal thing to do. Anyway, Noam Chomsky says, according to the elites, the public must be put in its place so that the responsible men can make decisions without the interference of the bewildered herd, aka the shower of idiots, the common man, aka that part of the mob that includes you and me. The meaning of this is that power structures don't want true democracy. They want a controlled one, okay? Because they can't trust the average Joe to do things that are in their interest, and by their interest, I mean the elite's interests, okay? Narratives are designed to keep people compliant, okay? The illusion of freedom keeps the system running smoothly. There's nothing like a man waving a flag saying, make America great again, or whatever it is, he's saying, go Joe Biden, whatever it is, to make people think that they have a say in any of this, okay? And it makes people happy. This is relayed on television, okay, on the radio, on the internet, and it makes people think that they are controlling the system. But what you get is, in my view, in this two-wing system, you get some focal points, okay, of contention, like abortion, okay. What else? Right to bear arms, I suppose, in America. And these become contentious issues. And these are the things that just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, each changing of the guard, each changing of the power. And what happens is, in general, what creeps onwards is the overwhelming manipulation of the masses by the elites. Because all that other stuff, all these contentious issues, are just things to distract the populace. Would you agree with that tracking?
Well, first of all,
I've been too conspiratorial. Sorry.
No, it's well. in the slide where it says power structures don't want true democracy, am I right in thinking that what's implied by this is a democracy where everyone is self-aware enough, everyone has the intelligence and the appetite for
Yeah,
learning that would essentially make them theoretically, uh, you know, a member of the elite themselves? Well, I don't think that is possible. I believe the way of the world is that all societies are inherently unequal to the point where there will always be a contingent of people who occupy the position that we now recognize as the elite. And it is the destiny, it's the fate, more or less, of every society to be controlled by these people. And also, I believe a society cannot really exist without an elite. It would basically fall apart because the elites do more than simply program naive, unwitting masses into doing their bidding. The elite also run and maintain institutions. You know, they fix the roads, they build buildings, they run the hospitals, and the whole world would collapse into chaos and anarchy.
yeah, I agree with you. There is a kind of it's like that master slave thing. There's a dependency on each other. The master needs the slave needs the master. Like we need
Exactly.
we need the people who are in power. But the problem is, Tracky, in my view, is the disproportionate accumulation of wealth by the elites compared to what they actually give back to society. You know, in terms of looking after the welfare of people who are shoring them up. Okay, I would say that yes, it's a good idea. If you're in a position of power, it's a good idea to look after those underneath you because they're basically holding your throne up and giving you your meals. Okay, but the problem in my view is there is a disproportionate accumulation of wealth by the super elites in this world, and it doesn't seem to be trickling down in a way that is beneficial to the most vulnerable in society. Would you not agree with that?
Yeah, no. This ought to be the focal point of our discussion. Yes, the elite may be programming and controlling the masses through mind control and propaganda, but are they doing so for good purposes, or are they doing so for nefarious and self-centered purposes?
Absolutely.
Is the elite trying to pursue a set of policies and ideas which are not only technically unworkable, but also harmful and parasitic towards the working masses and effectively sucking the life, the energy, and
It certainly seems that way, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I not just in the UK, but I'd argue all over the West. It seems like almost this is especially true in most European countries and throughout the Anglosphere. The elites, and by which I mean the ruling class, the intellectual media class of all of them, seem to have sort of unilaterally, they've all become of one mind. They're all lobbying for policies, and they're all enacting policies into place that are actively harming their national economies. They're ruining job opportunities. They're making things like buying a house unaffordable for most people, and they're even using their leverage. That they're using the media to convince people through mind control that what they're doing is good. But I sense that this is beginning to break down. I sense there is a growing schism. There's a growing number of people among the what Chomsky refers to as the brainless herd. Is that what he calls them? Who are beginning
The bewildered
to
herd.
the bewildered herd. I sense the bewildered herd are that some of them are beginning to turn away and think that actually, hold on, something isn't right. And that is what makes, in my opinion, I think that's what our discussion is making our discussion all the more relevant and topical.
No, very good point. But I fear it might be too late. But we'll keep going, and we'll come to all these points later. How the media controls the herd. Okay, so tactics used to manufacture consent. Okay, so repetition. The more you hear something, the more you believe it. Okay. Fear and crisis narratives. So keeping the public scared, it maintains control. Okay, that's very obvious, isn't it? I mean, I'm not saying that terrorism doesn't exist. I'm not saying that COVID doesn't exist. All I know is that when people are terrified of something, they will obey orders from authority. okay, and they will do what they're told. I've seen so many examples of this in times of perceived international crises, you know. Censorship and algorithmic control. What you see or don't see is curated, okay? So what is allowed in the from the vantage point of the common man is censored. Okay, so freedom of expression, I believe, is an illusion. Okay, it's a bit like democracy. It's not really ultimate, you know. It's what is allowed by the powers that be. Okay. Now there's also, but by the way, they want a certain amount of freedom of expression because it causes derision. Okay, it causes people to divide and to fight with each other. You know, they want you to fight with each other so that you're busy fighting people that it's pointless to have fights with. When the real people who are causing your problems are those above you, who have you in literal or metaphorical chains, you know, and are literally putting ideas in your head. Okay, so Chickpea says, sorry to disagree with you. Speaking as a member of the proletariat, we are sucked dry by our capitalist bosses. We are slaves. Okay, I think she's talking to Dave. They're having a little natter in the community section of the live chat, which is good. That's what it's there for. So then there's division and distraction. I think we've already gone into that. Keep people fighting each other instead of questioning power. Okay, the illusion of free thought, okay, in regards to manufactured consent. Do we really think for ourselves? Or are we conditioned to believe that we do? Okay, ask yourself, why do people accept contradictory narratives without questioning them? Okay, why is, like, contradictory narratives? I mean, for example, I'm going to give one, maybe say something, a government might say, we are pro-peace, yeah? We are anti-war, and then like go on the rampage somewhere, you know, killing people in a foreign land. I mean, these are the types of contradictory narratives that do go on in society. We care about the poor, but then they strip away money from the most vulnerable in society, in welfare, etc. I mean, these are contradictory narratives that people sometimes accept without questioning. Why do you think that is? Personally, tracking, I believe it's because most people haven't got time to think too deeply about matters, and they're just consuming the news rather than deliberating on that. Would that be fair?
Well, yes, but there's another couple of things to consider. First of all, there's in my honest opinion, and again, you might take issue with this, but these are my sincere, heartfelt beliefs. A lot of people are just simply not intelligent, and they are very susceptible to they're very prone to suggestion. They're not capable of thinking for themselves, and we must, and surely anyone who's experienced life in areas where a lot of people are entertained by bread and circuses. A lot of people watch shows like Love Island, and those people, for them, it is just easier to go with the flow and believe the lies that you are told, and it doesn't do you any favors to question what you are taught. But then there's another more interesting component about this. Can I ask you, do you know about Adolf Hitler and Goebbels and his concept of the big lie?
Yes. Go ahead. The propagandist for Hitler.
Yes, so Hitler, I think he wrote about this in his autobiography, Mein Kampf. I haven't actually read the book, so I can't paraphrase exactly. But essentially, the funny thing is, when Hitler wrote about the big lie, he was talking about Jews. I don't know what specifically he was referring to, but essentially what the concept of the big lie is, if an ordinary person in the street tells you something that may be untrue, a handful of people will believe him because, for whatever reason, they don't know how important or how significant that ordinary person is. He may or may not be telling them. But if it's a very important person who holds an important position in society, or better yet, it's all the people in government, all the people who hold the reins of power, and they are all telling the same lie. There is something quite psychologically compelling about hearing the same lie repeated from enough members of the elite, and it becomes utterly unthinkable that they could be misleading you or not telling you
Absolutely.
the truth. The very
Absolutely.
idea
Repetition.
this is what Hitler, ironically, this is what he warned about in his book. But what we saw,
And then he did it as well.
Because
That's what he practiced.
effectively they weaponized things like the printing press, and they used propaganda to convince the ordinary people of Germany that the Jews had invented communism and Bolshevism, and they were trying to destroy Germany through communism, and they were trying to turn Germany apart. So it's very interesting that this can be played out, but we make the mistake of thinking that the big lie is simply one historical artifact that was relegated to the 1930s, and we don't see it play out again in real time, because it is a known fact of life that the elites can collectively lie to our faces for a very particular purpose. If they want to drum up support for an otherwise unpopular cause, if they want to get us to go to war. I mean, another example I want to touch on quickly is the Naira testimony. So in the year 1990, I think this was when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait. There was a young girl who testified in front of the United Nations. Her name was Naira al-Sabah, and she was giving a story about how all these Iraqi soldiers had committed all kinds of terrible atrocities when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait. But it turned out that the whole testimony, it was a fake. It was a sham. She was the daughter of what was it? She was the daughter of, I think, a Kuwaiti ambassador, I think. And the whole thing was essentially, it was a propaganda stunt. It was an example of atrocity propaganda designed to unite countries in the United Nations to take action to stop Saddam Hussein from declaring war on Libya. So it was basically, it was a lie. It was a form of the big lie, because nobody would think that somebody would come up on the United Nations and lie so brazenly, but it can be done. It is often done, and we rarely ever find out about it until years after the fact.
Yes. Very well put, brother. So these are some questions it's asking you, the listener, and us here to ask ourselves. So we've already looked at why do people accept contradictory narratives without questioning them. I think it's because it's so normalized as well. As I said, it's so normalized to hear politicians saying something and doing something else. It's just. I mean, I think there's an innate cognitive dissonance in just being human, generally speaking, a lot of the time. So I think that we accept contradiction as part and parcel of life, and I think that as that's accepted as normal, maybe unquestionably so by all of us. Maybe we don't give enough attention to it when it occurs in the limelight by public by powers that be. What do you think of that, Tracking?
Oh, sorry, I was a little bit distracted. Could you repeat what you said quickly?
Why do you think people accept contradictory narratives without questioning them?
Actually, funnily enough, George Orwell wrote about this in his book 1984. Have you read 1984 by George Orwell?
I have, and I've read Animal Farm as well. They're my Animal. So go ahead.
Yeah. So the word doublethink, I don't know if you've ever come across it. It's a very widely used word in modern politics, but the word doublethink, it was originally first used in 1984.
Yeah.
It's a word that George Orwell, just one of many that George Orwell coined all by himself. He was a brilliant writer, George Orwell. He was
now in London and Paris is my favorite though. That's one of my favorite books, yeah. So go ahead. Anyway.
So doublethink, it's a form of mind control. It's a form of it's when an oppressive government effectively teaches its unwitting people to believe two contradictory truths, which, when examined side by side, don't make any sense, mainly through indoctrination, and it teaches them to believe both of those things at the same time. And the idea is that under an oppressive, I think, as Orwell conceived it, Soviet-style government, but really, in actuality, could be any kind of oppressive authoritarian government. Under the yoke of fear and suggestion, people can be taught to believe anything, even things that don't make any sense or that don't stand up to scrutiny. Doublethink is the word that he used to describe this, but there are many examples of doublethink that exist nowadays, and I'm struggling to think of a specific example off the top of my head, but I know that for a fact that we do this quite often. To give you an example, the whole idea back in 2005, we declared war on Saddam Hussein in Iraq in the name of human rights. We believe so strongly in human rights, but we know that since then we've learned that some American and British soldiers actually committed war crimes. We tortured some Iraqi nationals who were loyal to Saddam Hussein. We did think, and we abducted some of them and took them over to Guantanamo Bay and did horrific things to them, all in the context of a war. And this is in spite of the fact that at the time we believed that we were freeing them from an oppressive government. There's, if I prepared a script, I could probably give a far more coherent example. But yes, doublethink is it's an example of how, especially a corrupt and self-serving elite, can manipulate support for its policies through fear and through psychological indoctrination, rather than through a sort of paternalistic and educational attitude that seeks the welfare and the flourishing of the people that it purports to represent. I think that is what George Orwell referred to when he discussed doublethink.
Yes, and also it's kind of like an act of hypnosis, isn't it? It's kind of like putting you into this place where your brain turns to mush and you become more easily, let's just say, people can manipulate you easier, because if you believe two sides of something that are contra each other, well, then you're kind of in a position where you'll believe anything, going forward. And so in that regard, I think it's a very good manipulation technique. I say good as in like it works, Why do powerful institutions punish dissenting voices? I mean, that kind of is obvious. We haven't got that much time, so we'll keep going. What is a contradictory narrative? Okay, so you've already explained it here. A contradictory narrative is when power structures promote two or more conflicting ideas, expecting people to accept both without question. Okay, why is it done? It creates cognitive dissonance, making people more emotionally reactive and easier to control. Okay, it keeps the public confused and divided, preventing them from challenging authority. It forces people to choose a side, reinforcing tribalism instead of critical thinking. Okay. Examples of contradictory narratives in society: media and politics. For example, we must protect free speech versus censor misinformation to protect democracy. Okay. Support our troops versus ignore the struggles of veterans after service. Okay. So this is when the government says one thing or the media says one thing, but society as a whole, we do the other. Or obviously empowered by the government. We don't actually do what we're saying on the tin. Government and social policy, trust science versus debate is dangerous, accept what experts say without question. Yes, I can see a lot of that in the American right wing sometimes from Jordan Peterson, actually. Talk of the meritocracy, that you have to accept what the experts say, and you can't question it because you don't have position in the, for example, academic hierarchy. They will use whatever they can to stop the common man having a voice. The economy is booming versus most people are struggling to afford basic needs. So they might talk about the volume of sales in X sector, whilst disregarding the fact that the average Joe can't afford to put more than a can of beans on his table for dinner. Social narratives and culture: be yourself, express individuality versus stay within the acceptable norms or face social backlash. Equality matters versus some opinions deserve more censorship than others. And that is interesting, isn't it? That's definitely something that's been going on in the last, I don't know, decades or so. It's this push for tolerance, egalitarianism, but also some opinions deserve more censorship than others. Some opinions are not as equal as others in society.
Yes.
How to identify contradictory narratives? Okay. Does the message change depending on who benefits? Okay, sometimes there are overt examples of politicians saying one thing to such and such a section of the media and another thing when they're out and about on the street. I mean, it sometimes it can be that overtly obvious. Are people pressured to accept both sides without question? Okay. Does questioning the contradiction result in a backlash or ridicule? Okay. Is one side amplified while the other is suppressed? So, maybe the side that sounds good is amplified while the effect of it, in de facto terms, is suppressed. Okay. If you talk about the problems with the amplified matter, you might have your voice ridiculed, or you might face backlash in society. That is something that happens a lot now in society. People are inundated with troll attacks, and opinion pieces, and sometimes even death threats, unfortunately, because they dare to question something, which is very worrying indeed. Critical thinking challenge: what are some contradictory narratives you've noticed in the media, politics, or culture? I'll ask you that question, Tracking.
Contradictory narratives. Well, this kind of relates back to what we were saying earlier about George Orwell and doublethink. To be sure, one thing I should make clear is a lot of societies do have principles and cultural mores that are inherently contradictory. And it's nothing new. I mean, the idea that, for instance, up until recently, murder was a capital offense. So if you were found guilty of murder, that murder is wrong, so therefore you should be put to death. That was a pretty standard example. However, it only becomes a problem when people begin to feel that there are too many contradictory narratives and it no longer makes sense. Because one thing that I personally believe, that for somebody to flourish and feel at ease in a society, the society needs to feel like it makes sense and that it has at least the appearance of legitimacy. But if there are too many contradictory narratives, or if the narratives that contradict each other are so wildly confusing and hard to understand, then that's when the society, the glue, the bond that holds society, begins to break down. Now, what are some contradictory narratives I can think of? Well, I mean, to give you one very specific example, it's we've had terrorist attacks from terrorist groups like ISIS throughout the 2010s. In one particular horrific incident, I think dozens of young girls were blown apart by one particular terrorist who was fighting for ISIS. So we hate ISIS, and we're doing the best we can to stop them and make sure they stop committing terrorist attacks. but yet, strangely, if you take a look at what's been going on in Syria right now, we've been funding the rebels who have overthrown the regime of Bashar al-Assad, and who are the rebels? Well, basically, it's ISIS. It's al-Nusra. It's people who are basically no different to ISIS, and they are committing atrocities against minorities and Christians. Or wait, an even better example is there are some people in the current Ukrainian government, and I'm not saying this is all members of the current Ukrainian government. I'm not saying they have any connection with Zelensky, mind, but they are basically National Socialist Nazis. I mean, they are.
Well, they're not all. Yeah, but they're not all. They're not all. They're not
they're
all like
sort
that.
of they're like LARPers. They're people who.
I mean, Zelensky. First of all, Zelensky is a Jew, right? So it doesn't make any sense.
That's I'm not saying Zelensky himself is a member of these people, but there are people who basically adorn themselves with Nazi iconography, and
yes, I've seen the iconography. I don't know enough about it myself to have an opinion on it, but I have seen the iconography, and I don't quite understand it myself. Seeing as, in my view, historically, the Ukrainians, well, it's a very complicated matter because sometimes your enemy's enemy is your friend. And I heard before that the Ukrainians were treated so badly by the Russians, okay, during the kind of Russian occupation of Ukraine, that they actually welcomed in the Nazis.
Yes, yeah, that's actually I've read that too.
They thought that this was going to be their, savior, that they were going to get treated better because obviously Germany was a Western force. Now the thing is, it didn't work out that way. And if you look at what happened to Ukraine under the occupation from the Nazis, unfortunately, there were a lot of people sent to concentration camps. There were a lot of people killed. And it's a little bit, to be honest with you, I would say it's a miseducated sector in society that has those views. And I would say it's also very minuscule. I know a lot of Ukrainians, and I think it would be unfair to cast aspersions about the whole of Ukrainian society and say it is pro this, what you just mentioned, because it is clearly not the case. I want to keep going tracking.
Yes,
the key takeaway, contradictory narratives aren't accidents. They are tools used to confuse, divide, and control perception. And the advice is to think for yourself, ask questions, and find the truth. So we'll continue. We're going into mechanisms of media manipulation. Okay. Do you want to read their tracking?
Oh, you'd like me to read this?
Yes, why not?
Yes, I'd be glad. Put on my reading voice. Ownership of media. The consolidation of media ownership in the hands of a few corporations limits diversity in news reporting. This concentration means that corporate interests often dictate the narratives presented to the public, aligning media output with the profit motives of owners rather than independent journalism. Advertising influence. Media outlets rely heavily on advertising revenue, leading to potential biases in content. When content is tailored to please sponsors, critical stories may be buried or downplayed to maintain favorable relationship with advertisers. Sourcing of news. News organizations often depend on government and corporate sources for information, which can limit the range of perspectives presented. This reliance creates echo chambers within the media landscape, leading to a lack of critical viewpoints in public discourse. Flack and dissent. Media and individuals face backlash when they challenge established narratives, a phenomenon known as flack. This negative response discourages dissenting voices and limits open dialogue, reinforcing mainstream perspectives. Yes, like mainstream gaming journalism. Ideological control. Media often promotes specific ideologies, such as anti-communism, to justify government actions. This ideological framing shapes public attitudes and suppresses alternate viewpoints, ensuring that certain narratives dominate public discourse. Step-by-step process of manipulation. Agenda setting. What topics get attention? The media and power structures decide what is important and worth discussing. Issues that serve elite interests are prioritized, while others are ignored or downplayed. Framing. How's the topic presented? The same event can be spun in different ways to shape public perception. Choice of words, images, and emotional appeal directs how people interpret the issue. Repetition. The illusion of truth through constant exposure. The more we hear something, the more likely we are to believe it, whether it's true or not. Mainstream narratives are repeated endlessly, drowning out alternative viewpoints. Selective exposure. Alternative views are suppressed. Opposing perspectives are deplatformed, discredited, or ignored to reinforce a single version of the truth. People are funneled into algorithm-driven echo chambers where they only see one side of the story. Manufactured consent. How powerful?
Okay, can you? I'll tell you what. I'm just going to. Unfortunately, my little pooch needs to pee. That's my dog, by the way. So I have to let him out into the garden. But I will be right backtracking. Would you
Yeah,
like to? Would you like to give your opinion on what you've just read there, if you can remember, the process of manipulation and framing, repetition, and I think you want. I won't be that long, so.
okay. Well, yeah,
So
yeah.
I'll be
Let
right back. I'm going to press mute.
He's got to have a good run around and stretch his legs. I used to have a dog. He was a white Labrador retriever. His name was Rolo. We lost him in 2021. He was the goodest boy ever. Anyone who's ever owned a Labrador, you know what I'm talking about. They are the best. They're the best dog. They are friends for life. You know, the thing about people, let me tell you this. People are cunts. People are fucking useless sometimes, and people are massive disrespect. But dogs are the best friends ever. They will love you unconditionally. All you need to do is give them food and take them out on walks, and that's all they need. And they'll always be there by your side until the day they die. Anyway, all right. So regarding my thoughts on manufactured consent, well, if we want to be totally honest, the relationship that the elite has with the masses. What was it? What was the expression that what's the name? Noam Chomsky said again. The brainless herd. It is effectively it's a relationship of power dynamics. So the elite rules over the masses, but the elite needs to convince the masses that they are there for a good reason. That the elite is looking out for the masses' best interests. So how does the elite manage it? Well, the elite needs to psychologically convince the masses that it is looking out for their best interest. However, the problem arises when you see things like contradictory narratives, because if narratives contradict each other, and if too often this keeps happening and the masses can't begin to make sense of what the elite really believes, well, then the veneer of legitimacy begins to crumble and the masses begin to realize that it's essentially a power play. Like in the example I gave earlier, why is it that we don't tolerate ISIS committing terrorist attacks against us at home if we're supporting them while they commit atrocities abroad in places like Syria? Well, it's because, well, why are we funding ISIS in Syria? Because it's about power. Because the enemy of ISIS over there is.
I'm back, by the way.
Hello.
Hey, good to see you again. Oh, hey.
Yeah, good stuff there, tracking. You were going to talk about Syria again. We heard that the first thing, so we know what you're going to say. Thank you for that, by the way. Hello to Chickpea. Chickpea, is there anything you want to add at this stage?
I want to talk about the Labrador. Guy said he's got had a Labrador.
He had a Labrador. Well, I'll allow you to have that conversation while I go and make a cup of tea. Then I'll be right.
Okay, hold on. I must show you someone. Hold on. Look at this. Gooey. Whoops. Where is he? Can you see her?
Oh, look at that. Oh, that's not a Labrador. That's a cat.
Yeah.
Hello. What's his name?
That's her. Her name's Lala.
Hello, Lala. I've got a cat of my own too. Her name's
Beautiful,
Minnie.
beautiful.
She's a cross
That is she.
between a tabby and a ragdoll.
Yeah, Lala's half ragdoll, and I can squash her up in a ball. Can you do that to yours? You can squash her all up. See, look, hold on. Wait, come in, Lala, you naughty little girl. Look, see, I can squash her up in a ball.
She's
Oh,
a lot.
glad you got the-
She's a lot more tolerant than my cat.
Yeah, Lala is the sweetest cat. I love her. I love her so much. Yeah, I've got 7 of them. 7 cats. So I was going to say, I'm going to get another Labrador.
Well, that's
Oh,
I
you
don't know
must.
if emotionally, I don't know if we're ready to. And then there's the question of whether or not we can afford to get. I should probably make a couple things clear. I still live with my mum and my sisters and my brother.
You
I used to
lucky
have a
thing.
I used to have a dad, but we lost him to cancer last year, and we're
Oh,
gonna be moving house sometime this year. Maybe once we settle into our new house, maybe then we'll think about whether we can afford a new dog. But for now, we're pretty much in a limbo transitory stage.
lucky you, though, having a family. I've got nobody. Everyone's dead. All my friends are dead. Everyone's dead.
Oh
It's awful.
goodness!
Oh, yes, it's
I
horrible. I never realised it would be this awful, actually. But I've got 7 cats. And I love my cats, obviously. But get another dog because when you get a pet eases your broken heart.
yeah
So
dogs
they mend. Huh?
dogs pets are great.
Yes.
I've never really, to be honest, I never really been that much of a people person,
No,
but
I'm not.
yeah, but
No.
the things about pets and dogs especially, but
Yeah.
cats to maybe to a lesser
Yeah.
extent,
Oh,
they're
cats do.
Right, guys, we better keep going. We better keep going.
okay, all
Cats.
right.
Oh,
So
We're here
we,
to
we, we,
discuss.
we looked at media manipulation techniques, okay, or tactics. Sorry.
I'm off.
Do you want to keep? Do you want to read on there, Chick
Oh,
B?
No, I can't read.
All right, we'll let tracking. He's doing a mighty fine job.
all right then.
Oh.
Okay. Media manipulation tactics. Media outlets deploy various psychological tactics such as fear-mongering, where exaggerated threats control behavior, and emotional appeals that trigger strong feelings to shift opinions. The bandwagon effect also encourages conformity by promoting the illusion of widespread popularity for certain views. Social media echo chambers. Social media platforms curate content based on user interactions, leading to echo chambers that reinforce existing beliefs. This isolation from opposing viewpoints can deepen polarization and reduce critical discourse, allowing political parties and corporations to exploit these dynamics for persuasive power.
That's really interesting, isn't it? How with increased technological ability to connect, we've also become more disconnected from others, and we've kind of removed the town square. Nobody goes to the pub anymore to talk through current affairs with others who might have a different view. We're busy having fun with our e-friends in our little contrived communities online that serve only our egos, and our way of thinking. It's interesting, isn't it, that that's happened? And it's also quite scary how they're able to obviously control us because of that. They're able to. Obviously, it keeps us separated, and we're less unionized as a society, and therefore less likely to present a powerful opposition to the elites. But also, we're so busy in our own little worlds that we don't really have a clue what is actually going on, in general. And we are, in many ways, miseducated because of it.
Well, echo chambers have existed, to be sure, before the invention of social media, but social media has definitely changed things because it's resulted in more echo chambers and in such and in a much shorter time. I think it's very easy now to formulate an echo chamber in a way that it wasn't easy before the invention of social media. And it's even harder for these echo chambers to be regulated or controlled by, for instance, by the state, or to be confronted or challenged.
Yes. Okay, on you go, brother.
All right. Corporate influence on information flow. A large portion of mainstream media is owned by corporations that influence news coverage based on business interests. This control often results in biased reporting where negative stories about corporations are downplayed, impacting public perception and trust in media integrity.
Anything to add there? Tracking or chickpea?
Yes. Well, yes. No. A lot of these social media companies are collectively, they are all headed. They're all created and maintained by companies which are all headquartered in a very specific region of a state in the United States, and
Mm.
and a lot of the people who run it's referred to as Silicon Valley. And what you tend to find is a lot of the people who live in this area, they tend to believe in the same things altogether, with
Yes.
very few exceptions. And this makes it very easy for the people who use these public platforms to be controlled without them being aware of it. It's sort
Yes.
of in a way, the old media, the legacy media, is being supplanted by the rise of social media.
And there is again this illusion of freedom of expression on there. You are censored on there, whether you like it or not. And also, it is echo chamberish. The algorithm will only show you what you are interested in, or what it thinks you will be interested in. It will shape your perception. And indeed, I've heard stories of people who weren't even interested in, say, X, Y, Z, and then suddenly they're showing it and they become zealots for it, you know. So it really does have a powerful effect on the human experience, and siphoning us off this way and that, which wouldn't have been the case had social media not existed, you know. I mean, look at the way conspiracy theories in general have really risen over the last few years because of social media. It seems like without the internet, that would never have happened, you know. So it's interesting, isn't it, how that is happening, and I don't see a solution to it really, you know. That's the other thing. I agree with you, tracking. You said there's no real solution to any of this. I would say I kind of agree, and I think that the only thing we can hope for is that people become savvy, media savvy, you know, media literate, and also critical thinkers, analytical thinkers who think for themselves. But again, it's up to them what they do with those thoughts, as long as they're at least engaged, as long as the machine in their head is turned on, as long as they're, you know, analyzing what is coming into their mind's eye and not just accepting it verbatim because an expert is saying it or because some cool kid is saying it on the internet, you know. But I take your pessimistic tone at the start of this show tonight, and I kind of concur with it, you know.
Yes, no, it's we can't really put the genie back in the bottle, so to speak. It would be, although it would be interesting if we ever reached a point where our government began to implement controls on social media, or try and reinstitute a society where we lived in a world that was more similar to the one we had before social media. But whether that will actually come about is I don't know.
Okay, onwards.
Yes, onwards and upwards.
Historical example of manufactured consent. Throughout history, manufactured consent has been used to justify wars, economic policies, and societal changes that serve the elites while harming the public. Below is a text-based timeline of key examples. Okay. Do you want to read these, brother?
Yes, okay. Example 1, the Iraq War, 2003, the WMD lie. The US government and mainstream media repeatedly claimed that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, WMDs. The lie. No credible evidence of WMDs ever existed, but the narrative was pushed relentlessly until the public accepted it. Outcome? Who benefited? The military-industrial complex, oil companies, and political elites. Who suffered? Over 500,000 Iraqis were killed, billions in taxpayer money spent, US soldiers killed or left with PTSD, and the rise of extremist groups.
It really was a fuck up of the highest order, wasn't it? It really has caused disarray around the world.
Well, hold on. Calling it a fuck up sort of implies that it was accidental, but
That's
if it
true.
was
That's
done,
true. That's true.
if it was done on purpose, I mean, you know, the Iraq War was not an anomaly. There has been at least since going back to the 90s, there has been a systemic campaign of destabilization of many prominent countries throughout the Middle East and North Africa. I'm not 100% sure what the reason for destabilizing these countries were, although I suspect it has something to do with America's control of the world and oil money. But it wasn't just Iraq that this happened to. Another example was the downfall of Gaddafi in Libya. And if you'll remember, there were all kinds of lies being told about him committing atrocities on his own citizens. And, well, he may well have been committing atrocities on his own citizens, but there's no doubt that the overthrow of Gaddafi and his swift execution by French special forces has made the situation in Libya far worse than it was before. And it is the opinion of most people in Libya now, various sources bear this out, that things were better before Gaddafi was deposed. And more recently, there's the example of Syria. The place has turned into a violent and chaotic cesspit now. And who benefits from any of this? It's really hard to say.
Big business, rebuilding it, and obviously the way that politics can be controlled afterwards as well. Perhaps maybe puppet governments, maybe
yes.
also. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, and the institution of client governance, probably ones that are sympathetic to America and NATO. And what makes these issues all the more salient and pertinent is it's not so much that the public agree or disagree with these conflicts. It's the distance that we have from them. So most of us have a very dim view of the Middle East because none of us are from there, or we don't know any one person who is from the Middle East. So we have very little of an emotional stake in the discussion. But that doesn't mean that we're not actively complicit, at least partially complicit, in the destruction that has been done by our governments. And this is going to have real world consequences many, many years, even decades from now, which we are in no position to foresee.
Absolutely. It's very, very worrying indeed. And if it is all about creating derision, okay, you can understand why they would like to cause big wars that involve like an influx of refugees overseas. You can understand why, if it is all about creating derision, if it is all about creating a disarray in society where people are fighting each other, you can understand why they would like to cause massive influxes of individual refugees who have to go overseas to different lands to live because of what has happened in their homelands. You can understand if it is all about this manufactured consent, this creating disarray, this keeping the average Joe down. You can understand why they do that. Okay, do you want to go ahead? Example 2.
All right. Example 2, the 2008 financial crisis. Too big to fail. Manufactured consent. The public was told that big banks had to be bailed out to save the economy. The lie, instead of helping regular people, the bailouts protected the ultra-rich bankers who had caused the crisis in the first place. The outcome? Who benefited? billionaire bankers, Wall Street investors, and corporate CEOs. Who suffered? Millions of working class people lost their homes, savings, and jobs while the rich got richer.
Yes, it was quite a despicable outcome, wasn't it? I don't know if you know much about it, but it was.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. I remember around the time of the financial crisis, this had a ripple effect all over the globe, even for those of us who weren't in America. My dad, for instance, he used to have a successful business as a recruitment consultant. That was the name of the job title. Basically, he ran his own business where he was a very good he was a very good communicator, and he was very charming and personable, and he would use his people skills to connect people who had CVs and who had very specific skills, and he would help them find jobs. And he was very good at networking and using his people skills to make this happen. And his business was taking off really. It was going really well up until 2008, at the time of the financial crisis. Ever since then, he hadn't been able to find a single client. Nobody was hiring, and nobody was able to find any work. And he had to drop his business in the end, and he had to retrain. And this was while he was in his late 60s, to become a building surveyor. But his business, his own pride, which he built from the ground up, it never recovered from it. And it's interesting how this one event that happened thousands of miles away, it had an effect all over the globe. And
It did indeed. And
economy.
you rave a distinct individual example there of, a hardworking man who got fucked over by it. But as we saw, the billionaire bankers all got bailed out. Indeed, they made profits. Because when everything was collapsing, they did tend to buy up around them. And one would speculate that perhaps that was the reason behind it. It was for the accruing of more power, more capital, more control, because nobody was able to afford and to purchase things, but so they were able to purchase things at a cheaper price. The billionaires than it would have otherwise been the case,
Yes. And a lot of the things we see nowadays,
and you have to also think about the things like BlackRock, Vanguard, these wealth management companies. They kind of started making an appearance during that period, didn't they? And really making massive grabs in terms of capital and land and ownership of companies. It was just during this period that they started really accumulating massive swathes of wealth, right? Am I right?
Yes, no, actually, interesting story about BlackRock. So the CEO of BlackRock, Larry Fink, he had a very he had a very key role during the 2008 financial crisis. Essentially, the US federal government gave him a crucial role in helping revitalize basically all the big banks that had lost their money as a result of the financial collapse. And this is 100% connected with his rise to power and the rise in the network of BlackRock. It's very, very sinister. And Larry Fink is without question one of the most powerful, wealthy, and influential people in the world. And very few people actually know his name or what he's done. But it's astonishing and terrifying how much power this little man has, and what he's done to get there. But it all goes back to 2008 and the financial crisis. It's that this one event has, and the effect it's all had.
Right. Let's go on then. There you go.
Example 3: 9/11 and the war on terror. Endless wars and mass surveillance. Manufactured consent. After 9/11, fear was used to justify wars in Afghanistan and Iraq and expand government surveillance, the Patriot Act. The lie: the wars were sold as necessary for security, but they were about geopolitical control and economic interests, oil, military contracts. Who benefited? weapons manufacturers, oil corporations, and government agencies gaining power. Who suffered? Ordinary citizens losing privacy rights, freedoms, and thousands of soldiers died in pointless wars.
Yes, I'm not saying they contrive or they set up things that are nefarious. I think that sometimes they just take advantage of opportunities. So every bad occurrence in the world is an opportunity for the elite powers to strangle some more control of the masses. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't think it's
Yeah,
always contrived. I don't think they
yes,
set things up to happen always.
yes, no, I agree. I don't believe the narrative that a lot of people buy into, that 9/11 was an inside job, or that the towers were destroyed by a controlled demolition. Actually, funny thing is, I recently published what's it called? I published a dissertation on the collapse of the World Trade Center towers for my
Wow.
surveying degree. And I actually took the time to read through all of the important government documents. And the whole story is way beyond credible if you look at the facts. It's
So
simply. So, but
yeah,
however, the important thing is, though, it's never let a good crisis go to waste. There were people in Congress who were looking for a reason, basically, to to destabilize the Middle East and to
right.
reassert global political hegemony, and who wanted to stop bin Laden and Al Qaeda. And this was the perfect opportunity to do it, basically. So it served it was a very convenient disaster.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. I agree. All right, let's go on, brother. We're trying to get through these.
Okay. I might not be able to stick around for much longer, seeing
Okay, no problem.
but I'll do the best I can. So, example 4: climate change and greenwashing. Manufactured consent. The public is told to fight climate change by using paper straws and recycling, while corporations continue massive environmental destruction. The lie. 100 companies are responsible for 70% of global pollution, yet individuals are blamed for not doing enough. Who benefited? Megacorporations avoid real regulation while selling green products for profit. Who suffered? The general population, who are guilt-tripped into paying more while the real polluters keep destroying the planet. God, yeah, this is another example. I mean, a lot of it seems like every time I read about one of these celebrities, whether it be Taylor Swift or Bono or whoever it is, railing on about how we need to protect the planet, I'm always reading about how they seem to be flying around the world in a private jet.
Yeah.
Thinking about, they could easily afford to use chartered airlines or something that would consume far less energy, or they could, or even better yet, they could hold virtual meetings via Zoom. Is that so unthinkable in this day and age? But no, when you begin to realize that it's all about power and asserting your privilege and your control of the masses, it begins to make sense, because it's a big club and you ain't in it. And
as George Carlin said.
yeah, that was George Carlin, actually. But when the reality begins to set in, and the the embroidery of we're helping save the planet, which is, by the way, it's highly speculative, the truth behind climate change and denial, because climate has been changing throughout the past tens of thousands of years, and it's not always clear what is causing the climate change. It may well be that climate changes of its own accord, and we could be due for another ice age in a couple tens of thousands of years. But it's very useful as a form of control in manipulating the people by weaponizing their guilty conscience to doing silly things which don't actually make a substantial difference, if as a means of controlling them. This is elite theory.
Yes. Let's keep going, brother. Very good points, though.
Right.
Go on, son.
Warning signs that media and government are preparing us for the next big lie. History has shown that before a major deception, there are clear patterns in how media and government manufacture consent. Here are the key warning signs to look out for. A sudden unified narrative appears across all major media. What to watch for? News outlets with different political leanings all push the same message without question. The media repeats key phrases and slogans, e.g., weapons of mass destruction, trust the science, new normal. No room for debate. Experts with opposing views are silenced or ignored. Ask yourself, why is this story suddenly being pushed everywhere at the same time? Who benefits from this new crisis or narrative? The use of fear and emotion over facts. What to watch for? Stories designed to trigger fear, outrage, or panic rather than rational analysis. Doomsday predictions with no actual data to back them up. Overuse of personal stories, anecdotes, instead of hard statistics. Ask yourself, is this information based on fear or facts? Are they presenting worst-case scenarios as if they are inevitable? Dissenting voices are censored or ridiculed. What to watch for? Experts with alternative viewpoints are labeled as conspiracy theorists, dangerous, or misinformed. Social media censorship of certain topics while promoting only one official perspective. Fact checkers suddenly appear to discredit opposing opinions without meaningful debate. Ask yourself, if a viewpoint is truly false, why not openly debate it instead of silencing it? Who controls the fact checkers and their funding? A moral duty is attached to compliance. What to watch for? Guilt-tripping people into agreeing with the narrative, e.g., if you don't support this, you're a bad person. Society is divided into the good people versus the bad people based on their stance. Celebrities, influencers, and corporations join in pushing the narrative. Ask yourself, why is this being framed as a moral issue instead of a factual one? Who is benefiting from mass compliance? A quick and simple solution is presented, with heavy consequences for dissent. What to watch for? A complex issue is oversimplified into one solution. Do this or bad things will happen. No long-term analysis or debate, just urgency. Those who question or refuse the solution face social, economic, or legal consequences. Ask yourself, are we being given time to think, analyze, and debate? Or are we being rushed into compliance? Are the people promoting this solution the same ones who are benefiting from it? The narrative is too big to question. What to watch for? The media declares the debate is over before any real debate happens. People who challenge it are labeled as dangerous, unpatriotic, or anti-progress. Laws, policies, or extreme measures are introduced before the public can fully grasp the issue. Ask yourself, if this is the truth, why does it need to be forced on people? What happens if people start asking the right questions? How to protect yourself. Stay skeptical. Just because everyone is saying it doesn't make it true. Follow the money. Find out who benefits financially or politically from the new narrative. Diversify your sources. Avoid echo chambers by reading alternative viewpoints. Look for patterns. Compare this event to past manufactured crises. Does it follow the same playbook? Trust your own mind. If something feels forced or irrational, pause and think before accepting it. Oh, you want me to read this as well?
Why not? You're doing a great job.
All right. Critical thinking and media literacy. Critical thinking allows individuals to analyze and evaluate the credibility of information. Media literacy teaches people to navigate media landscapes, identify biases, and differentiate between fact and opinion, making it essential in resisting manufactured consent. Diversified information consumption. Engaging with a variety of news sources helps counteract bias and misinformation. By consuming information from independent and international outlets, individuals gain a more comprehensive understanding of global events and reduce the impact of manufactured consent. Encouraging open dialogue. Fostering open dialogue between individuals with differing perspectives can break down biases and misconceptions. Engaging in discussions encourages critical thought and helps build a more informed public, reducing the chances of manufactured consent. Supporting independent journalism. Independent journalism provides alternative perspectives often absent from mainstream media. By supporting independent journalists and organizations that prioritize ethical reporting, consumers can promote transparency and accountability in media. Empowering independent opinion formation. Encouraging individuals to develop their own opinions requires access to diverse viewpoints and critical engagement with information. Education on media literacy and the tools to analyze information empowers individuals to think independently and resist manipulation. Are we at the final slide? It's The Sopranos. Manufacturing consent, the age of the internet and social media. The internet, a double-edged sword. The internet gives us more access to information than ever before, but it also funnels us into echo chambers controlled by algorithms. Social media personalizes content based on engagement, not truth. What we like is what we see. Are you really forming your own opinions, or are they being shaped for you? How manufacturing consent works in the digital age. Algorithms decide what you see, not objective reality. Mainstream media amplifies preferred narratives and ignores dissenting voices. Censorship and deplatforming shape public discourse, who to speak and who gets silenced. Psychological manipulation, fear, outrage, and repetition creates perceived truths. Bots and disinformation, coordinated efforts make ideas seem more widely accepted than they are. Algorithms on social media platforms are designed to keep users engaged, often by prioritizing content that resonates strongly with each individual's interests. This can create a reinforcing cycle of seeing the same types of posts over and over, ultimately shaping the narratives we encounter online. Before and after newsfeed comparison. Before, your feed might show a range of content, some posts from friends, mainstream news outlets, and casual updates on hobbies you follow. You see both moderate and slightly more polarized views on a variety of topics. After clicking on extreme content, the algorithm detects your interests based on high engagement, clicking, liking, or sharing. Your feed becomes filled with more extreme or similarly polarized posts. Over time, you may see fewer moderate or diverse viewpoints, narrowing your perspective. Example: clicking on an extreme political post. Initial engagement: you find an alarming or provocative headline and click on it. The algorithm's response: the platform algorithm notes this interaction as a strong signal of interest. Reinforcement: future recommendations increasingly include content aligned with that political stance or related sensational topics. Outcome: you can end up in an echo chamber where opposing viewpoints or more balanced information rarely appear in your feed. The consequence of reinforced narratives. Polarization. Users may become more firmly entrenched in their views without exposure to alternative perspectives. Echo chambers. Confirmation bias grows stronger as the same narratives appear repeatedly. Implications for society. This can lead to heightened tension and diminished capacity for constructive dialogue. By recognizing how the algorithm shapes what we see, we can take active steps, like following diverse accounts and engaging in fact-checking, to break out of these echo chambers. Recognizing manipulation. Red flags. If it triggers an emotional reaction, pause before sharing or believing it. Are opposing views being silenced or dismissed without engagement? Look for contradictions. Do facts change when convenient? Is this content designed to provoke fear, anger, or groupthink? Check funding sources. Who benefits from this narrative? Living in a post-truth era. What does it mean? The term post-truth refers to a time when objective facts matter less than emotions and personal beliefs. The battle isn't just for information, it's for perception. Truth is fragmented. People live in separate realities based on the information they consume. The goal isn't just to inform, it's to influence. How to build an independent mind in a manipulated world. Critical thinking and information discipline. Diversify your sources. Don't rely on one platform or viewpoint. Be skeptical of virality. What's trending is often manufactured to trend. Seek out dissenting opinions, challenging your views, strengthening your thinking. Learn media literacy. Understand how headlines, framing, and omissions shape perception. Value long-form discussions over quick sound bites. Deep thinking isn't done in 140 characters. Can I ask?
I like that one.
Oh,
There's not much more. Much more.
I think I might need to disappear at the end of this
No problem.
presentation if we're almost done. But I sense that I'm doing a lot of reading here. Have we?
Yeah, well, there's Yerp Dog says this dude would make a killing doing voiceover work. So
Thank
your
you
voice
very much,
is appreciated.
Actually,
voice is appreciated. Tracking.
Thank you. Actually, I'll have you know, I have actually read a number of audiobooks. If anyone's interested, I can forward you to my Audible titles, which I
Yes.
I did it.
I would like to. That's interesting. I'll have a chat to you about that. You can leave a comment below this video, and we'll have a look at that. But you might want to be careful of doxing yourself. I don't know if that would do that. So just so you know.
All right. Well, yes. Well, I don't typically use my real name when I do voiceover work, and I don't really do voiceover work anymore. But it's fun to do from time to time.
Was it a good earner for you?
Well, not really. It's the thing about voiceover work is you have to do it a lot of the time, and you have to be very thick-skinned. You can't be knocked down and torn to pieces over rejection, and a lot of it will be sort of voluntary. And I've only got 5 titles to my name, and a lot of them are quite short books in total. And some of them are.
You have a very good pronunciation and a very clear speaking voice. So your words end very well. You know, they don't linger. They're very distinct, and you speak in a very purposeful manner. So I imagine you could be very popular if you kept going.
Well, I don't know. I feel like I've sort of been there and done that. Maybe I'll give it another try at some point. I'm not too sure if I can commit to in the long term. All right, so we're on the next page, are we? Escaping the algorithm, reclaiming your mind. Stop mindlessly scrolling, reacting emotionally to headlines, accepting narratives at face value. Start actively seeking knowledge, questioning everything, engaging in real discussions.
Yes, I think the key here is the real discussions, you know, not making your mind up based on a soundbite or like one tweet or even one article or even one news item on the television. You know, talk to people. If you feel emotionally triggered by something, if it's important to you, talk to others, seek out oppositional views, seek out different media views. Don't do things in isolation. Don't form opinions in isolation. Don't form opinions with people who just agree with you. You know, have the conversation, have the argument.
Yes, it may be worth, if you come across a story in the news that makes you react incredibly strongly, it may be worth taking the time to stop for a moment, thinking, why do I feel this way? Is this what I really feel, or am I being programmed to feel this way? Or maybe take the time to slowly digest the story and see, cross-reference it with other stories to see if the story isn't, for instance, a hoax or if it's been exaggerated. Because you know something. Let me tell you something interesting. So I don't know. You must have watched the video I made last year where there was that woman on the New York subway who was burned alive.
Yes, yes, it was that
Well,
really triggered, didn't it? Yeah.
initially, when they were struggling to identify find the identity of the victim who was burned alive, initially there were these false reports going on Twitter that the woman's name was Amelia Carter. She was a middle class Ivy League university student. She was very pretty and she was highly intelligent and upwardly mobile. And as soon as I first saw that report, I was indescribably angry, because and I felt like the reason that the New York Post hadn't reported this information is because they knew the level of anger that this would have on the masses. However, very, very shortly after, and I will credit Elon Musk's Twitter for, is that they now have a community called Community Notes, where a lot of tweets can be fact-checked in real time by people with sources on to hand. And it is thanks to this that I found out that the story was actually a hoax. They still hadn't found out the identity of the victim, which they wouldn't for another few weeks. But it's interesting that in a very short period of time, I felt this unspeakable atrocity had been done on somebody who's really undeserved of. I'm having difficulty putting my
somebody you kind of had a little you would have lit a candle for, someone who you favored
exactly. Like it's. I mean, I feel terrible what happened to Debrina Kawam, and I wish it never happened. But there's a world of difference between how people react when you read a story about a homeless woman being brutally murdered on train versus an upwardly mobile and very.
Well, you see, tracking. I think there lies your conditioning, and I think it's problematic because you've got to ask yourself, why is that? And I would say because you have been conditioned to have disdain, perhaps, for homeless people. When I would say it may not be fair to have such a kind of a level of unequal regard for a victim who, no matter their station in life, they are still a victim of a terrible act, a heinous crime. And I would say there was a lesson there for you, brother, and that is how you frame the individual. We are all human, and I would say, brother, one thing I've learned in life is circumstances can change. A man can fall, a woman can fall from great heights.
These are all things. I don't dispute any of this. I don't dispute any of the things I'm saying, but it is not. I'm saying one of the reasons why Madeleine McCann's story of her disappearance became widely circulated and somebody like Shannon Matthews didn't, it wasn't as widely talked about, is because of the difference in social class.
That was classism. Yeah, that was classism. I would agree. Yes. Yeah. But I would say it's a stain on our society that we're like that. I would say sometimes, if I'm honest, I see the middle class as doing the bidding of the elites. They're kind of like the gatekeepers in Auschwitz, They're chaperoning people this way and that, and maybe they're earning good money. Don't get me wrong, but they're not earning amazing money. The middle class in this country still suffer, financially day to day. They're like the kicking bag for society. They pay the highest taxes in general, and they don't have that much left over, after their expenditure on their family, their mortgage, etc., etc. They're not as rich as people think. And the thing is, they are at the same time the protectors of the status quo. They're the ones who sing. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, I don't dispute any of the things that you're saying, but the example of the story I gave earlier, you've seen The Dark Knight, haven't you? From 2008.
Batman. Yeah.
There's a memorable quote. There's a memorable quote from that movie that the Joker says, if I announce tomorrow I'm going to kill a little old lady on the street, nobody cares. But if I announce that I'm going to kill the mayor, everybody loses their minds. Now, the reason, and this is actually, it's become an iconic quote that lots of people know The Dark Knight for, because it hints at a basic truth in human nature, in that, and this is again, this is going to sound, it's going to sound judgmental and bigoted, but we don't always hold all lives in equal regard, and we react differently to the news depending on who is involved. And the sad fact of the matter is, homeless people, of course, they live very rough lives, and Debrina Kawam, she did not deserve in the slightest.
No, that was an absolutely horrific crime. Horrific crime. She got petrol. She got petrol or something thrown over her.
Yeah,
was that
absolutely.
what was flammable liquid?
On fire.
Yeah.
But the sad fact of the matter is, thousands of homeless people die each day due to alcoholism and due to crime, and most of their deaths don't even make it in the headlines or in the news, because most of the time the news just doesn't care to report the story. And
it's seen as their fault. It's seen as their fault. It's seen as a path they chose in life.
Yes,
as someone who questions hard free will, but also I question a lot of things in society. In terms of how we are conditioned, how we are educated, how we are taught to safeguard ourselves, how we are taught to have boundaries. It seems that the general populace isn't given the tools to be an efficient human in their own interests. Okay, it does seem like that in society. It seems that the people who really think for themselves in a kind of, selfish sense, as in they put themselves first, they are the privileged ones, the ones who are educated in the private schools. The rest are taught to be subservient and to accept authority, and not to put their not to put their interests forward, but to think of something outside of them. And I think that can have a detrimental effect on them as individuals sometimes, because they're not being as selfish as the elite educated individuals, if you know what I mean. They're not being as ruthless. They haven't got the same goals in life, okay? Because they haven't been given goals often. They haven't got mentors. Sorry, go ahead. They haven't been inspired. I'll say that. They haven't been inspired.
They haven't got goals, but it's not. Also, it's more than a case of being given goals. It's more a case of, what would you do if you were in their shoes and you were in their situation? Because your all of your experience and the way you see the world, a lot of it is down to the interplay between genetics and the environment. And the fact of the matter is, you are only the person you believe you are because of how these factors, which, by the way, are vastly outside the scope of what is within your control, how these have connected and worked together with each other. But if you were in the position of one of these people, I don't know if the right word is, what was it that Noam Chomsky called them again? The unthinking masses. If you're in
bewildered herd.
The bewildered masses. Well, it's
bewildered herd.
The bewildered herd. Well, you would do what is reasonable in the circumstances, and that doesn't always mean do what is right, but do what you can, and that is what I feel that most people do. Because in my opinion, I don't think people are innately disposed to evil. It's more a case that they have a different perception of how the world is and what is right and what is wrong, and they.
I think there's a lot of stresses going on in life. Time is very relative here as well. A lot of people haven't got time to think deeply about matters, and they are unfortunately beholden to the so-called experts in society. And there's a lot of trust in authority. That when you're driving around from your job to pick up your kids, or to drive them to school and then go to your second job or go shopping or whatever it is you got to do, and you're tired, you can't. You're listening to your kids in the back seat, or you're listening to your partner who's got their problems. You haven't got time to put too much thought into life in general, and you kind of have to accept what is said to you on the news in short sound bites. And yes, you'll do some deliberation, but you haven't got time to do the necessary deliberation that is afforded to some people who have a privileged position, perhaps in academia, etc., whose job it is to analyze what is happening and give a really in-depth analysis of what is occurring. You know, that I think you said that at the start of this show, and I think you're right there. Not everybody has the ability to do that, but not everybody can do that due to pressures on them. And the problem, I think, in society tracking is how do we ensure that the people who are in such positions are doing their job with good intentions, without malintent? You know, I don't know how we can do that as a society. As I said, all we can do is try and help each other have a media literacy and be analytical thinkers, critical thinkers. But I don't know if I can think of any way to safeguard, the people who have positions of power that are influential, in terms of shaping perception. How can we ensure they are not harmful? It's very, very difficult, isn't it? I suppose if freedom of expression, free press, all these things we've mentioned, but as we've already said, they are illusions. As we've already established, democracy is kind of an illusion. It's allowed, okay, because it keeps people happy. But the truth is, if it does start to shake the foundations of the establishment too much, if it shakes, the powers that be, if it makes them a little bit nervous, well, it will be shut down, and it will be shaped in a way that is oriented towards their favor. So I don't have much hope. I'm sorry. We can only give people the tools to think, but I do think. Sometimes I just think tracking that humans have existed for however many hundreds of thousands of years. We are where we are because it's an inherent part of human nature to be like this, and unfortunately, it doesn't look good.
Well, yeah, no, we're an innately flawed species. We're not completely logical. We don't always make our decisions according to calculations or what is moral. But what is important for society, one thing I will say, is that society needs to maintain a sense of coherence and legitimacy. And if the elite tend to, if they keep acting in their own self-interest without any regard of what is good for the common people, the people who they claim to rule, in whose name they claim they're ruling for, if that facade breaks apart, then society itself crumbles, because a society cannot exist with a what were they called again? A brainless herd, or a wayward herd?
Bewildered herd. Would you like to continue? Would you like to continue talking now? We're talking about how to escape the power of the algorithm on the internet.
I'm really sorry. It's midnight, and
you got to go now. You got to go now.
I
tell you what.
If not,
I want to say thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, guys. You're too kind. I don't deserve this applause. You guys are way
honestly, you did. You deserved that. You did really well tonight, tracking, and I do hope that you become a regular here and come back again. We're on 3 times a week, as you know, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Sometimes we have surprise shows on other days, but I think it'll be nice to see you as part of the furniture here, giving your opinions and speaking in those lovely dulcet tones that you've somehow managed to build into your vocal cords abilities. So, yeah, we look forward to next time. I would say thank you so much on behalf of me and everybody else who listened. You did great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Would you like to have any closing remarks on the matter or anything that you thought about tonight?
Remarks. Well, I don't think of what I could say other than all the things that I've said currently. It's that we're an innately flawed species. We are a lot of us are basically sheep, and that means we will be led to the slaughter into the abattoirs by our by our shepherds.
Oh my God!
But that's just the way we are, and maybe I'm a bit of a pessimist, or maybe I'm not old enough to have formulated a different opinion yet. But basically, I don't think there's any sense. I think it's futile to think that we're any different to this, or that we're somehow.
Warning.
We shouldn't pretend that we're not animals, or that we're not this way. That's all I would say. There's a sense of closure that comes with accepting our lot in life.
Absolutely, brother.
Warning.
Very good warning there at the end. Thank you for that.
You long enough.
And you've done tremendously well, sir. And we hope to have you back soon, as and when you can. Hopefully more than not. Okay, brother. So thank you so much.
I'm gonna find my my voice acting channel on YouTube and link it if it's possible, just for those who are interested to hear some of the things I've done in. A lot of it is anime related, but there are audiobooks as well. I should.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, you can come back and just comment under this video. It will be, it will be in the catalog.
Yeah. All right, I'll do that then. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Find that and.
Great, guys. Take care and have a lovely weekend. Cheerio. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Tracking. And what a wonderful guy that is. Thank you, Tracking, for helping us tonight. It's always I'm always grateful when someone shares
content. Like and subscribe now.
Yes, so if you aren't already subscribed, please do. And we'll keep going, will we? So key practices in trying to beat the algorithm. Okay, that's what we're going to talk about now. Chickpea says, well said, Tracking. Love what you have to say. So very, very true. And she wishes she was 40 years younger. There you go. There you go. Ooh, there you go, Tracking. Granny likes you, or the older lady likes you. Maybe he's into older ladies. Nothing wrong with that, Chickpea. I know Vegan Equilibrium likes his preserved delicacies. Anyway, key practices: use multiple search engines. So there's Google, DuckDuckGo, Bing, etc., etc. Okay. Follow independent journalists. Okay, on social media, that there's independent journalists. Again, this is very difficult though, because those independent journalists sometimes come from echo chambers themselves. But again, the more you follow, in terms of individual journalists, rather than any one news outlet, the better. Engage in live, long-form discussions.
Hello.
Wait for it. Like the Finding Gnosis show. Take digital detox breaks. Okay, so your perception of reality shouldn't solely come from the screen. Okay, you need to get out and about, mate. You need to go down the cafe, bruv, or to the pub, or to the religious place. Get on the bus, talk to people, and find out what's going on out and about. Hello to Chickpea, taking over the show. Chickpea, what's going on?
Nothing. I was just saying that was a fabulous guy. I just love what he had to say about life, because that's how I feel about life. I feel that about
Fantastic.
us. We are such a stupid species. No, I hate it about this. I hate it. But I was saying the thing about the landmass in the UK. Us trolls, we are banned from going on 92% of the land in this stupid little country, and we call ourselves free. I don't think so. It's 92%.
Right.
Did you know that?
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yes, it's true. It's written in a book called "And What Do You Do?" It's written by some guy who talks about the royal.
Well, then again, you got to look at it another way. I am in favour of private, rights to enjoy land.
Yeah, but this is land that stole from our ancestors hundreds of years ago when the elites stole everything.
Right. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Okay. Anyway, here's a checklist. Chickpea, we'll keep going with these slides and get them over with. Checklist of independent thought habits you can reference whenever you're looking to strengthen your critical thinking and guard against one-dimensional narratives. Okay, diversify your sources. Read from multiple news outlets, local, national, international. Seek out independent journalists, podcasts, and expert interviews. Compare coverage of the same event to identify discrepancies or biases. Okay. Question emotional reactions. Pay attention to headlines or articles that provoke strong emotions. Ask yourself whether information is intended to inform or incite a reaction. Okay. Separate emotional triggers from factual data before forming conclusions. That's some very good advice there. Research your funding, the funding of the news and ownership. Identify who owns or funds the media outlet or publication. Look for potential conflicts of interest that may shape coverage. Follow the money trail to understand underlying motivations. Discuss alternative perspectives. Engage in conversations with people who hold different views. Read editorials or opinion pieces that challenge your own assumptions. Be open to revising your understanding based on new insights. Verify and cross-check facts. Use credible fact-checking websites or independent research. Compare statistics and data across multiple sources. Look for original documents or statements whenever possible. Recognize logical fallacies, so you can look them up on Wikipedia and such, as lots of them. Watch for sweeping generalizations, strawman arguments, or appeals to emotion. If something sounds too simplistic or extreme, dig deeper to find the nuances. Practice identifying bias or misinformation through classic fallacy patterns. Examine your own biases. Notice when you seek news that confirms your existing beliefs, which is confirmation bias. Reflect on why you believe certain sources are more trustworthy than others, and be willing to adjust your viewpoint when evidence points elsewhere. Build a thoughtful filter. Ask critical questions. Who wrote this? Why was it published? Whom does it benefit? Pause before sharing articles. Consider the credibility and purpose. Remember, not everything labeled breaking news is actually urgent or important. Use this checklist to cultivate a well-rounded perspective and maintain a healthy skepticism without becoming overly cynical. Each step helps ensure that you're actively challenging assumptions, critically evaluating sources, and remaining open to diverse viewpoints. Your mind is your last line of defense. Your imagination is yours. Your mind is yours. Guard it accordingly. It is sacred. It is all you have. We live in a post-truth era where emotions often override facts, where people are being meddled with by the powers that be. They're trying to separate us. They're trying to stop union of the masses so that they can control us, so that they can cause disarray in our ranks, so that we fight each other instead of questioning power. But don't be a product of it. The battle for reality is fought in your mind. You are your own God's man or God's woman. Question everything. Think critically. Seek Gnosis. And that, I believe, is the end. So, that is the end of tonight's presentation. So, I'll leave that one there. We have Mr. Yerfdogs is joining the show. Brother, very timely interjection there from you, Yerfdogs. How are you doing, sir? What do you think of manufactured consent in society? Anything at all in terms of the powers that be and the shaping of people's perception? How do you think it's going in the world? Is it problematic? Is it going to get worse, etc., etc.? Always helpful to hear your views. You are muted, brother. I didn't mute you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
One second.
I always have trouble with these audio settings on Streamlabs.
Yes, we can. 1 second. I had a. Can you speak?
Yeah. How's this?
Sir, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Go for it. I mean, there you go. The floor is yours, brother. I mean, it was a long one, but I thought tracking did very well.
Yeah, mate, that guy's a legend. I mean, seriously, he did all that in one take. Well, I feel a bit jealous about that. What a great skill. He's not on the stream anymore, I take it.
No, he had to go because he's got to get up for work in the morning, so he had to go.
No, what a wonderful voice. One of those guys who could read the telephone book and you'd probably listen to it for a bit.
Yeah. So, in terms of guarding your mind, brother, and trying to survive in this era of post-truth, in this era where we're being atomized as a society, and everybody's fighting everybody because the truth is there is no truth. and you can say what you like because everything's subjective, in it. And they're making it all seem wishy-washy. But they're also saying be tolerant, be accepting, all these things. Is there anything you would advise people to do in terms of thinking critically and trying to retain one's sanity, whilst also, building a sane perception and, as I said, seeking gnosis, which means basically seeking a better awareness that is more fruitful to your well-being?
Yeah, I got. This is kind of a subject I've got tons of opinions about. I think one of the most important things you can do is ask yourself constantly something like, in how many ways could I be wrong about this? That's I think that's quite a powerful prompt. Rather than this seems right to me, I think it resonates with my intuitions, therefore it's right.
Yeah.
Step back a bit and say, well, how many ways could this information be wrong? Or if I have an opinion about something, how many ways could I be wrong about this? It's a bit of epistemic humility. We are just human. We're just these, brains and vats, and my perception of everything is just so minuscule. I don't know fucking shit, and nobody does. So, so that's one thing. I think it's a good strategy to utilize. I think another, I don't know, paradigm, is that an overused word? Another paradigm is don't seek truth, but take the opposite point of view and get as far away as you can from error, because truth is kind of I don't know what truth is. I don't think anyone knows what truth is. But we can
I think that's a very
error. Don't go for it, mate. If you wanna.
No, I think that's a very good addition to the conversation. That we can't touch truth, but we can see what hasn't worked before or what is causing problems.
Right.
And we can see where the kind of balance of well-being in society is tipped too much in one way or the other, Yeah. And we can see de facto, that kind of thing. But I agree with you. Truth is unattainable. But I really like that addition to the conversation. Error, being aware of error,
because we actually have the machinery. It's just, I mean, people use the word logic in many different ways, but when you talk about logic as it is meant to be defined, that is machinery that can get us away from error. So the machinery is available. It's just a matter of, it's a skill issue. Can you use it or not? That's all it is.
Yeah. What did you think of what Tracking was talking about earlier? And I think it's a very good point. And it is, we were talking about democracy and how, it is a kind of an illusion. Like if the masses, croak too much or shout too much, then I believe an iron hand will come down on them, like a ton of bricks, and, stop their murmurings. If it, because I think power in the world, the ultimate power that's there now is so powerful that it's unreachable. You can't really change it. You know what I mean? Would you agree with that? And they kind of, like, democracy is there, but it's not there at the same time. It's a weird kind of situation where it's like they give it to you, but ultimately it doesn't really change things at the top. You know what I mean? It might change things for you down the bottom, but it won't change things at the top, if you know what I mean. It's an illusion.
Yeah. There was a study, Princeton did a study a few years back. And basically the conclusion of the study was that the everyday man and woman, we have absolutely no say in what goes on. It's actually lobbyists, corporate lobbyists that guide the direction of a country. And also we have to understand that most countries are run by bureaucracies. Governments, in my opinion anyway, governments are just, or what you see as politicians, they're just kind of the people you see. But underneath that is bureaucracy, and it's the bureaucracy that's a problem. And that's what I think. I think democracies, the way we use the term now, I don't think there's a country with democracy, and I'm not even sure it's possible.
No, I agree. I don't think it is possible either. I think it's an illusion. I think it's what type of people in your view, should be ideally governing society? Then we talked about that briefly
Oh,
earlier.
the ones that don't want to.
Yeah. I've heard that said before. Billy Connolly used to say that, didn't he? He used to say that the one thing that should stop you from being a politician is wanting to be a
one.
politician.
Yeah,
Yeah.
There's a lot. I think I think that's a very. I like that. I think that's a pithy way of communicating quite an important point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I've heard stories like of governance by lot. So they pick names out of a hat, and every like governance by the citizens. So you might pick 100 citizens to form a group, and then they get to decide on matters for a year, and then they pick another 100. You know what I mean? And they're put in a room and have their discussions. But
right.
I mean,
well, I can ask an even more controversial question. One that I've seen pop up a few times is: should people who don't have children have a lesser say in a democracy than people who do?
Yes, I've heard that, especially Vance was bringing it up. Vance brought that up in the election, didn't he?
And,
he said that they shouldn't have a vote.
Oh, did he say no vote? That's pretty.
Yeah. He said that. He went as far as that, I think, because they're not involved in the future. I've heard a lot of people say that kind of thing. I think Stefan Molyneux might have said something along those lines as well.
Right, he probably did. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is interesting because he didn't have kids till he was 47, but he was parroting a lot on the internet before then. So
That's a name I haven't heard for ages. What happened to that?
Yeah. He got shut down, didn't he? But I think he's trying to creep his way back into popular lexicon, But I don't know. I can't remember exactly what happened with him. I know he was. I know he had some very controversial views, and he did seem to be racist and sexist. All these things. He seemed to have a lot of things to say that were very contentious and let's just say guaranteed to cause derision and emotive responses. But I don't know what he's up to. Maybe he's going to come on the show, although he has his own one, doesn't he? Freedom Domain Radio. I mean, it probably is still going on his website or something. But yeah,
might check him out later to see what he's up to.
I mean,
just like sorry, mate. I don't want to. You go.
No, it's funny you mention it because he's a bit like Jordan Peterson. When I came across them first, I quite liked them, and then I started analyzing them, and I thought, actually, no, a few little. I stopped liking them, But anyway, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just going to say just another point I could add with the internet. I think most people, or that's terrible. But a lot of people on the internet, well, because of the internet and the way dialogue and discussion happens, people are evolving their reasoning just to win arguments rather than actually seek out good information. Like I said before, get away from error, or I guess you could say seek the right stuff. But people are just intent on winning arguments. I think one of the panelists said that earlier about influence.
Yeah. You've raised an interesting thought I've just had now from that perspective, and that is, back in the day, like if we were, say, just walking around, if we were in a tribe or whatever, we might have a disagreement, but we'd have to sit down and come to some kind of, proposal that was win-win, or we'd at least talk it over, and we'd have to, because it was in the interest of our tribe, it was in the interest of our society that there was kind of a peaceful resolution. So we would sit down and we would talk it over, and it was seen as something, that term, good faith. It was done in good faith. It was done because people wanted a good outcome going forward. They didn't want trouble. They didn't want discord. But now, I would say what you've just said there, people are going online and they're trying to win an argument rather than we win a peaceful conclusion that's satisfactory to both parties or both sides, or however many sides there are. So I find that an interesting kind of just something from modernity. It's like we didn't evolve to be like that, to be so. We evolved, I think, to obviously we have fights. I'm not saying we're not argumentative. We have a fight, but there was definitely a side of a human that I think it's harder to show now, and that is a willingness to have a peaceful conclusion, a willingness to have a mediation that provides a win-win solution. Do you know what I mean? Now online, because of these echo chambers and because of the tribal, because of the kind of us v them mentality that's out there, I think it's all about, as you say, the argument, and nobody is willing to sit down and come to some kind of, as I say, peaceful conclusion for everybody.
I don't necessarily. I know I won't say necessarily. I don't agree that a peaceful conclusion is necessarily the best outcome all the time. I think there are some argument or some opinions that should be squashed. So
Right? Yeah. No, I'm not saying it. Not in all cases. Obviously, yeah. I would say in all cases, but I agree with you. Obviously, sometimes, yes. But I think that's down to, like, for example, if you go back to these archaic ways of organizing society in tribes, there would have been elders who would have been responsible for decision making and stuff.
I think you're sort of casting you're just seeing things through rose-tinted
too wide a net.
Well, rose-tinted glasses. It wouldn't surprise me if people disagreed. If the agreement couldn't be sorted, then maybe one guy just stabs the other guy and kills him. Says,
I think you're right.
I'm the boss now.
The myth of the noble savage has infected my mind. Yeah, like I think. Do you know what? I think you're right. But I like to think there was more. Well, there definitely was more possibility of people reaching an agreement in the past because of that dynamic of meeting each other.
Perhaps back in the past, things had to be more pragmatic. Like it was.
Yeah, because there is this thing, brother. If there's two guys and they have a disagreement, and it's something that involves the future of society that they're in, well, they're going to have their cliques. They're going to have people that support them, and it might come to a situation where it's 50-50 in terms of support. They have to sit down and talk about it, and they can't just sit on the internet throwing shit at each other. You know what I mean? Because this has real world consequences. You know, and they have to reach some kind of satisfactory conclusion. But the stakes were extremely high, as you say. But now people are hiding behind screens, throwing shit at each other, and the stakes. You could argue the stakes are still high, but nothing gets resolved because they just keep chucking shit at each other, and no one is willing. There's no way
to resolve stuff. That's right.
Yeah. There's no proper mediation. Chickpea, are you there?
Yes.
Anybody else want to come on here? Please do. The show is obviously open. Anybody can come on here now. But yeah. So Chickpea, have you got anything to say? I'm just going to go make a cup of tea, folks. I'll be right back.
No, not really. I'm just, me fed up as usual. Depressed. Hi, you. Jonathan. Whoops. Oh, what's that guy? Oh, good.
That's the Earth Dogs.
Oh, don't be spoken to.
She's calling you Jonathan. I don't know why you're calling him Jonathan.
Oh, because I saw something.
Jonathan from Australia.
Okay. I'll be right back.
I haven't got my glasses on. Oh, God.
No, my name's Steve. You can just call me Steve.
Sorry.
It's fine.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
Oh, gosh. But don't you find the world's becoming very depressing?
Becoming? I don't know. It's I don't know. It's much the same, I think, as it always has been. I don't really see any major sorry, I'm just like, what do you mean? What it's becoming more depressing in what sense?
Yeah, just I don't know. I just find it. I don't know. It's amazing. I'm here because I'm antinatalist, which is why I come and listen to all this. But it amazes me people breeding it. I just don't understand. I've never understood.
Well, it's the biological imperative. It's the reason we exist.
Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, I don't have that biological imperative.
Right.
I just don't have it.
Well, I mean, obviously, the people who aren't antinatalist would argue that that's an evolutionary cul-de-sac. So, and there's a reason that maybe you don't have that. Well, who knows? It could be from experiences in your life. Who's to say? I don't know.
Yeah. Are you? You got children?
No, I'm antinatalist. Well, yeah.
You are as well.
It's the old cliche. It's the old cliche that a lot of guys have. I don't have children, as far as I know.
Yes, that's true. Because of course you never know, do you? You never really do know.
No, you don't.
No, I was a little girl, and I already decided as if I was born with it almost. And I've never quite seen why people breed. And when I look at stuff in India and places, I think, what is the matter with you all? Don't you see it? But no one does. I'm the only one that sees. I can understand the very rich breed, the top 0.5%. Don't blame them, I suppose. Anyone else, I don't understand. Just don't understand.
But I think there are a lot of pregnancies, like people don't plan on having children necessarily. They end up getting pregnant, and that could be that could range from anything from carelessness through to just lack of knowledge. So
yeah,
I think what's the word I'm looking for? I think if you're gonna not punish is the wrong word, but if you're gonna berate people for having kids, I think it's important not to do that with too broad strokes.
Oh, I do, though, you see.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I'm very anti. I'm so anti. It's awful. That's why I come here, because at least I can say it. I'm so anti. I'm very much into animal rights. When I look what us humans do to the animal kingdom, it just makes me sick.
Mm.
And the two combined makes me utterly sick. Yeah.
Well, that's what our world is built on, unfortunately.
It's horrible, isn't it? Isn't it awful? Which is why I come here, because at least I can say it here.
I don't know.
I'm back.
I don't have
Sorry,
a personal feeling of awfulness. I know that some people do, but I lack that. I don't think I'm that compassionate a person.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, that is interesting for you, brother. Your Earth Dogs is you say before that you're not a compassionate person, but yet you have considered yourself AM, and you wouldn't want to bring someone in this world to suffer. So clearly, you have some level of compassion, right?
Well, yeah, I think I'm sure I do. I mean, I'm not like some psycho who doesn't care about people. Like I just don't think my compassion is. I don't think I have more compassion than people who have kids.
Okay,
that's probably what I'm really saying.
No, yeah.
I don't think I'm extra special.
You know what I don't understand is, okay, so take the average factory worker. I'm a working class female, so I'd be married to a factory worker or a bus driver or something. Why people? I can understand that a woman married to someone like the Duke of Westminster has babies because, he's a Duke of Westminster, he needs an heir. But I just don't understand that the people at the bottom do it. It's an absolute mystery to me because they're living on council estate. You know where I live? I live on a council estate.
You see, Chickpea, some people have derived satisfaction in life, right? Either due to good fortune, circumstances, right? Yes. Biology as well. Their genetics, their biochemical reactions to reality give them a pleasant feeling. There's a lot going on, darling. It's not just thought, I just want to bring Mo Wisdom in here. Mo Wisdom, say hello, Mo Wisdom, brother. How you doing? You're muted, by the way. I didn't mute you, so you can unmute yourself. Anyway, Mo Wisdom is currently muted. Oh, he's back. Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, everyone?
Good. Have you got anything to add to what the guys are talking about right now, or in general about what we were mentioning earlier?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure what name is the gentleman with the purple profile.
You just call me Steve. It's fine.
Steve, but I think you and I align with the opinion that a lot of people are trying to argue in bad faith and not actually accomplish anything. It's just more so shining and spotlighting importance on the now and not really thinking about the objectivity of each of the situations. And that's pretty sad in my opinion. I wish that we could actually do what is correct. A lot of the time it comes with ego, but
well, I agree with what Deming said. Deming was the guy who said that every system is designed to perfectly achieve the results that it gets. And if you look at the internet, what we've done is we've created basically a portal for people who want to gain clout. And so therefore everybody's argumentation style, everybody's communication style is built around the idea of developing clout and communities who support that clout. And which is just completely alien to good faith discovery, I guess, or good faith exploration and navigation of ideas. So they used to say the internet is for porn. I don't know, maybe now the internet is for clout.
Yeah, I would say it's definitely for clout. It kind of resembles what it used to be back in the day. It was small town fame or big town fame. You know, it wasn't really broadcasted throughout any other system. You just knew of certain individuals, and they either had fame or did. You said I could refer to you as what again? Just to be clear.
Steve, that's fine. Call
Steve.
me whatever you like, mate. I really don't mind. Call me Jonathan.
We just gotta, I like to know people's names. But yeah, I agree with you on that topic. D&W, is there anything else you want to ask?
Yeah, I agree with you about that as well. And I just think it's very interesting how, they say we're living in this post-truth era. And I think it was mentioned earlier by Yerf, and it was mentioned in the presentation as well. Influence, about emotional influence, and it just seems we're living in the age of just rampant emotions, and that's got a hell of a lot to do with what is shaping society, and the dopamine hits that we get, the serotonin hits we get from consuming online content is shaping public perception. And it's like, how attractive is the woman or the guy telling you what you're reading on or watching in the video? How violent is it? How scary is it? All these things are factored in. How much of an emotional response does the news give you? And so rather than the substance, it seems now more than ever we are being driven by raw emotion, and I find that terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to name the person, obviously, but I suggest to people, when you watch videos which obviously are designed to trigger your emotions, a useful exercise is to copy the transcript, paste it out, and just read the transcript without all the other stuff that goes on in the video. And when you read the transcript, you can pretty quickly come to realizing whether or not what they're saying makes sense or not, whether it has value.
Yeah,
I could agree with that. That's what we call intuition these days, and that's why the saying you got to go with your gut, or go with your heart. It's because when people are given information, your computer, aka your body, mind, spirit, should be able to decipher whether it resonates with you or not.
I think we need to be careful, though, with that approach when it comes to analyzing information. To me, it's a skill issue. I think you're either good at, well, it's graded. You're either going to be better at analyzing information or not so good at it. And your intuition is going to sort of comport with your skill in that area. So I think the better you get at it, then your intuition, in theory, becomes more accurate. But
I think I think that's a very good. I think that's a good point. I think it goes down to like basically survival of the fittest. Unfortunately, it's like evolution again. It's like, but I think the thing is, it's gone past a critical point. It's like, even if you're good at like analyzing data now, in like the middle and lower tiers of society, it's not going to do you much good, unfortunately, nowadays. Because it might do you good. I'm talking about in terms of social mobility. It's very hard to get up to climb the rank. It depends how high up in the ranks you want to go. I think there's a closed shop, as George Carlin says, there's a club, and you're not in it. And I think that I think now more than ever, even if you think critically, it probably drive you insane if you think too critically about the world. If you analyze it too much, if you're too good at it, because the problem is, it's not the done thing in society, and you're kind of like I just think it might be mentally challenging, as in like stressful,
No, I agree with you, DNW. I agree with that.
Yeah.
If you want to function in society, you're going to have to put constraints on how logical you are.
Yeah.
It's because if you're super logical, you will just cease to function. You won't be able to work.
And do you think, for most people, then the boat has sailed in terms of social mobility? Like the gap is so wide now. Like the power has the ultimate
Yeah.
power float. Yeah.
I think we're basically. I mean, Mr. Conspiracy Hat here, but I think we're basically heading into an eternal or 1,000-year Reich of AI dominance.
Yeah. Techno feudalism.
Yeah, I think once
Yeah.
that happens, once the AIs basically start running shit, I don't know if there's
Yeah.
any possibility for any way out of that.
Well, our only hope will be a mass corona ejection from the sun or something, like a massive solar flare that melts every circuit board in on planet Earth. Or
Well, I
something,
think the bargaining chip
Yeah.
that us plebs have always had is our labor, I guess, or we've always been
Yeah.
useful. But is that guy Yuri, the Israeli guy,
Yeah.
who
Yeah.
consults with the WEF? I think he's
Yeah. He
Israeli.
does.
Yeah,
I like his books, but he is a bit of a WF
Well,
baby.
I haven't read his stuff.
Yeah.
I've watched some of his stuff, but
Oh,
his
right, okay.
point about most of us becoming useless is bang on, and that
Yeah,
basically
yeah,
that's our bargaining chip, that we're useful. But
yeah.
once we become useless, what the fuck are we going to do?
I know. I mean, and we're not even useful as consumers, because they like us as workers and consumers,
That's right. That's right.
But like, it's they need us doing both things, and they don't need consumers if they have the ability to make what they want when they want. They don't need us to
That's right.
drive markets. You know what I mean? They don't need anything.
And once you become dead weight, then
Mhm.
all bets are off.
Yeah.
So
Can
why
I get some? Okay,
why are you also happy to do their bidding then?
Sorry.
Why are you also happy to do their bidding and carry on increasing your numbers? That's what I'm saying. Right, what
Well,
you
you
talk about?
see, as as Yerf Dog said earlier, truth is unattainable in that there is a subjectivity to it. Everybody sees life differently, and not only that, there is this biochemical thing going on where some people feel good, some people feel bad. So it is like a lottery. When you're born, existence will impose on you certain ways of being. So you might be of this. You might be of this mindset or another mindset depending on the fluctuations in your
we're all
biochemicals.
moving in the same car after the bus, or what?
Because I've always
I
seen
gotta-
what you're talking about now.
Sorry?
I've always seen what you're talking about now, albeit 50 years ago I saw it.
Yeah, I know, but I do think, Chickpea, and I think this is something that is, it's a very bitter pill to swallow, but one has to accept that other people may not see the world like you do.
No.
And it's like, and no matter how much you sing to them about it or paint pictures or write books about it, they're just not going to see it. You know what I mean?
You lie. You lie. You liar. Everybody should
Yeah.
think exactly the way I do.
Yeah. It just doesn't work like that. Yerf Dogs was echoing what I was saying with some sarcasm. But yeah, so it's just that's just the way it is, Chickpea.
I don't think that.
Mo Wisdom, you're on. I've unmuted you. Did you want to say something? Or
At the moment.
Mo Wisdom, are you talking to us or?
1 second.
All right, you're talking to someone. Sorry, Mo Wisdom, are you talking? Are you not? No, we couldn't hear you then. We just literally just unmuted you a few seconds ago because I muted you. Did you want to say something?
No, actually, I'm a little busy at the moment. I'll be back. Give me 1 second.
All right, I'll mute you then. There you go. You can unmute yourself when you want to. Yeah, Chickpea, it's just something you have to accept in life, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your perspective.
Yes, it's been hard. It has been. It's horrible because I've always seen it. When I was young, I was brought up in the armed forces, so I saw my stepfather kissing everybody's butt, and I've always seen it. It's always been there. Because I was brought up in the armed forces, and they love to kiss ass in the army. Oh boy, the ass kissing is something you wouldn't believe. And you wouldn't
I don't think that's just the art. I mean, that's everywhere. I mean,
Yeah,
Yes,
I think,
oh,
yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I saw as a little girl on an army camp. I was a little girl, and I used to play on the army camp, and I used to watch the marching, and I used to see them all ass kiss. I used to see my stepfather ass kissing everybody. He was a
But
good
I think it is a kind of organizational behavior characteristic. It's what people do in big groups.
Yes,
They kiss the power. They kiss power.
Yeah, I've always seen it. I've always wondered.
So it is the same in corporations. It's the same in even academia. Yeah,
I know. But yes, I know. So I'm saying I saw it as a little girl already. I was a little tiny 6-year-old. I could already see it, and I've been thinking about it ever since.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. That's why I come here, I suppose. Everybody else is happy. Actually,
well,
nothing.
Is it a case of misery loves company?
Yes.
She did say that last week. Yeah.
Yeah, I find everybody nowadays has got this horrible pseudo happiness.
Oh, you were the person. You're the one who mentioned Barbara Ehrenreich.
That's right.
My favorite.
I was the one in the comments who told you that I'd read that stuff.
Isn't she good?
Yeah, she's lovely. She's brilliant. But her Bright-Sided book is fantastic, and which is what you're touching on now.
Yes, I love her writing
about optimism and treating adults like kids and stuff. So I just remembered who you were from last week. Yep.
Yeah, she's one of my favorite writers, and she talks about optimism because they all got this happy clappy shit on the go. But I look at their lives, and they don't look that happy to me. And they're all sitting there glued to their ruddy TV sets because I don't watch TV. In a complete utter trance, watching all this shit. You know the TV is hypnotic. It actually hypnotizes you. And
that's what we've been talking about.
What? The TV being hypnotic?
That's what we've been talking. Yeah, that's what we've been talking about. These whole streams is the kind of.
It's and I just have to come here to at least hear somebody moaning because I just want to hear people moan.
What good is it though, Chickpea? What good is it?
What, moaning?
Yeah. I suppose it's good. Is it good for your well-being? I don't know.
Yes, it cheers me up. It's actually when I hear people moan, it makes me feel better because I know I'm not the only one. I'm not.
What would be the problem if you were the only one? I mean, I know we're social beings. We don't. Yeah.
I'd be very probably in the psychiatric unit.
Yes.
It's
no. I think there are a lot of people in psychiatric units probably because they do feel alone, and you can imagine growing up in like a Islamic world in a place of Sharia law that has some kind of health system or whatever, and you question it in your mind, but you can't say anything. That would drive anyone insane.
Yeah.
Those types of I imagine there's a lot of people questioning reality, and it drives them to the point where they are deemed insane, but they're not necessarily insane. They're just thinking critically.
I spent 18 months on a psychiatric ward, not just in the day unit, on the ward, and they were the sanest people I ever met.
That's a long time.
Yes, I know. I was I'd lost everything. I lost my home.
Oh dear. Sorry to hear that.
You know all about that. And
I didn't know it was that long. I didn't know. I thought it was only a few weeks you were in there.
No, I was there for 18 months. I went completely I fell to bits, completely to bits. I was gone, finished. I had to have 9 electro thingies on my little brain.
Yeah, you had the the treatment, didn't you? What do they call it?
ECTs.
ECT.
Electroconvulsive therapy.
Yeah.
On the ward, they were the most lovely, lovely men. Because it was a mixed ward, and they was lovely men. They never did anything horrible.
You weren't on the forensics, love. If it had been the forensic mental illness, you would have been a different kettle of fish, wouldn't it? But yeah, I mean, it depends on the ward, doesn't it? There would have been other wards then that would be very dangerous. Also,
but no, and it was a nice time, and we could smoke on the wards and smoke on our beds and everything. The ward was a different place.
Oh, those days when you could I remember smoking on a bus. How insane was that?
Yeah.
In a different country. I went on holiday. I was smoking on a bus. I don't remember smoking on airplanes ever. I remember smoking on trains.
Yes.
I vaguely remember smoking on trains. And it's just such an interesting to think everybody was smoking everywhere back in the day. And
GPs
you know,
used to smoke.
I remember working in pubs and people smoked when I was
Yes,
very young. And
yes.
yeah,
I,
I mean, I was glad about the smoking ban. I don't know about you guys, but I was glad personally, yeah,
oh, I wasn't. Oh God, no.
because people did socialize outside
Yes,
in the beer gardens, and also there was a phenomenon known as smirting that popped up, which is like flirting and smoking at the same
yeah,
time.
yes. I
You
know
know,
that one. Yeah.
so people
You
used
know,
to go out and
we used to do it on the
yeah,
streets at working
Yeah,
hours.
I've got some fond memories of that. Go out with your mates for beers and buy a pack of
yeah.
fags or
Yeah,
steal a pack of fags. Just wonderful times. Yeah.
they were better days. They were, even though we weren't as well off, they were better days. And the cigarettes, you
And now
know,
people are staying at home, playing computer games and vaping.
That's
yeah.
right.
And when we had
That's so
cigarettes,
funny.
we used to have a cigarette and sort out our differences over a cigarette. And that's how it used to be.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm very unhappy. I'm very miserable. And the only thing that
Oh,
keeps me
darling.
alive is my cats. Just
Yeah.
say silly cats. One just bit me. I just got bitten. Hello?
Yeah, I
Hello?
heard you. It just
Yes.
bit you. Oh
Yes.
no. Does anybody else want to come on here before we shut down for the night? The link is in chat there, so please do come on if you want to. We didn't have Brother Marcus tonight. I don't know where he is, but I hope he's all right. Anybody else? JE, if you're there. Anybody? I don't know who was watching, but it seems to be that we didn't get too many people watching tonight, but that's okay. It is what it is.
Oh, it was
Um,
it was a shame because it was a good topic. I hope people.
yeah, it was. It was something to think about. I mean, it's something people can go away and do their own research on. I mean, I want to look at postmodernism and post-truth, these types of things. Like, what the hell is society now? You know, that it is so kind of fractured and it's so anything goes. But at the same time, we exist in this world where there's archaic ways of thinking, literally side by side. You could be living next door to someone with a medieval religion. You know what I mean? And we live in such a strange world now. We do. A really strange world.
And also not only is it strange, but it's changing at such a rapid pace.
Yeah. And
Difficult to keep up.
call me an old fart. Now, I'm not conservative in the way that I think that things should remain the same in terms of power, right? I think like the power imbalance in the world is bad, right? But I will say one thing. My life seemed to be more stable when I was surrounded by similar thinking people. And I'm not, but by the way, I'm also, in saying that, I was more stable, right? So there was less fluctuations and weirdness going on, yeah? But I will say one other thing, that may not necessarily have been a good thing because maybe I was completely ignorant to the bigger picture of what this fucking existence is. Maybe in us all thinking the same, we are easily chaperoned and guided towards things that are bad for us, you know?
Come on, man.
Maybe
Just speak directly. You're talking about multiculturalism and diversity here.
not necessarily because I grew up in multicultural society in London, but
Okay, that's
the
fair. Yeah.
the no, there still was this kind of, I don't know, there was something accepted. There was something to touch, like there was something there that isn't there anymore, and it's hard to say because that's it.
I think it's shared values across the board.
Yeah,
You're right,
yeah.
'cause the multiculturalism thing, New Zealand was the same as well. We were just a melting pot of different races. So, but there
Yeah.
was shared values. There was something there, like a baseline.
There was a baseline of respect and stuff, and now it seems to be derision more than anything. I've never seen such derision in society. I've never seen
I
such.
think a
You
lot
know
of
what
it's
it
just
is? A lot of these people, they're addicted to the dopamine within the mind and the reactions that they get from what they see and hear and do each day,
Yeah.
day in and day out. There's always
Hmm.
someone looking to find that next hit that gives them the quote unquote feeling of living life. They want the A to Z instantaneously without putting in the groundwork and foundation to build a life that's actually worth living. And what
Uh-huh.
that takes is discipline, isolation, independent thought, the ability to look in the mirror and say, all right, look, this is who I like and this is who I do not like. And you can, categorize and put your bad habits to the side and make room for your good habits to come in. It's not going to happen overnight, though. So society
I
is
think
just put into place.
I think there's a lot to be said for what those words you just uttered there, brother. I think you're right about a lot of things there, mate. And I think you're right. A lot of things are just emotional. We're living in the age of just emotional responses, and as you say, people are used to the dopamine rush, getting instant gratification, getting quick solutions to difficult problems, and yeah, there being more and more. We are moving towards dependency on some cyborgial implant because we're not doing it ourselves.
Can I ask you something? Can I ask something? Have any
Yeah.
of you used Chat GPT yet?
Yes, of course. I used it for this show. I used it to get the questions for this show. Sometimes.
Yes, isn't it scarily friendly and nice?
Scary, friendly, and nice. Is that what you said?
Scarily friendly and nice. It's quite scary how friendly.
Oh yeah. But I would say you got to be. It doesn't. It's not perfect yet in terms of its answering. It does.
No, I'm saying it's very, very.
Oh, it's friendly. It's friendly. It's friendly. Yeah, of course.
You can change that. You can change that. I haven't used GPT, but I've used Grok, and I've instructed Grok just to talk to me in a formal academic tone, and so there's no more conversational tone.
So no emotions.
You can change that.
Yeah.
Yes, but I find it very, very addictive, actually, and very, very nice and scarily nice because I think it's very easy to get sucked into it. I'm not saying it's lovely.
And now you can understand why so many people fall for AI girlfriends and boyfriends.
I mean, apparently there was some teenager that killed himself because of an AI bot. He fell in love with an AI bot or something.
Yeah, there was a particular brand. It was started with R. I can't remember what it was exactly. But yes, that actually there was a scandal about that.
It's very, very. I've never used it before. This Chat GPT. It's only in the past 10 days or so, and I've been shocked how nice it is and very addictive.
Hey, DNW, Finding Gnosis, Steve, Chickpea, thank you guys. I gotta head out. Till next time.
Okay, bro. Well, it was lovely to have you with us, Mo Wisdom. Thank you for your pearls of wisdom, as always. Very well said.
Man. Take it easy.
Have a great weekend. Okay, guys. Anybody else want to come on here? I don't mind hanging around a bit more.
Yes, Doc. What's your take on the whole thing with digital currency and the fact they're going to start chipping it full like they're doing in Sweden?
My take on digital, and suddenly
are you talking about cashless society?
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about? All right.
Like Steve says, central bank digital currencies. Is that what you mean?
Yes, because eventually they will chip us on our hands.
Cashless society, basically, not having any coinage in your pocket.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm against. If you want to know, I think I just don't want government in my life, but that's inevitably. It's going to happen,
Yes,
and and they're going to be able to control spending. It's going to be horrific. But then again, what could come up from that? What could arise from that? Is that you'll get groups of people who barter with their own local currencies, which is a form of cash, I guess, in a sense. So, like promissory notes or something like that. So, who knows where it's going to go? But I can. The long-term trend is definitely more government control using AI.
Yeah. Yeah, but what scares me is the whole thing is like there's going to be the banks. It's going to be mobile phones, and then of course, because in Sweden people are getting chipped. They've got a chip in their hands, their bank account on, and they can do all manner of things with their hands. Do you know about that?
Yeah, but I understand. Yeah, I mean, of course, the technology is available.
The technology is available.
It's whether or not that is being mandated by the government or.
It's only a voluntary group. It's a very small collective. It's not across the board.
But I will say this: like now, I don't know what it's like in other countries, but in Japan, there's an increasing number of restaurants that when you go to, you have to have a smartphone to click the QR code for the menu and order food. And then you can order food, and then you can pay. 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 And then you from
Yeah.
your smartphone. I don't know what
Mm.
that's like in other places, but that I really hate that shit.
Yes.
It's like just give me a
terrifying.
fucking menu, you know. So, but
Yeah,
it's
it's
terrifying
terrifying.
because that direction is not good.
No, it terrifies
And
me because
or also, like, you know, if you buy a car, you have to get the maker's app to
Yeah.
sort of connect everything up, and I just want a fucking car to drive.
Yeah. No, I find, well, I'm one of these weirdo religious nutcases, and I'm always asking, what's your take on digital currency and the mark and all that and the other? So whenever I meet anyone,
Oh, the mark of the beast and all that kind of
yes, I
stuff.
believe in these.
That brings me back to the 80s. But
What's to bring back the 80s?
I used to be I was a good Christian lad, and I went through the whole
Oh, right. I used to
backmasking
be
thing
one
and
of
all
those.
that.
Yeah.
So,
Well, not a lad. Yeah,
but
I believe.
but I mean, just they're putting the internet into fridges and washing machines.
Yes.
Just what the
Yeah, I've
fuck
got my
for?
washing machines connected to it, the internet.
What for?
I don't know. It was just the way it is. I had a washing machine that was insured by Hoover. It broke, and they just installed a watch from a flip one for me free of charge. So
A smart washing machine.
what?
A smart washing machine, so you can check on your app how long is left in the wash,
I don't
and you
know
can
how to
change the
do it.
temperature of the water and all that.
Yes, I can if I want to, but I don't know how to. I don't know how to do it all, so I've just switched it all off. But yes, I've got my washing machine is a smart washing machine. Does all I don't know how to use it, obviously, but they just put it in. I've also got a smart meter they put in. They did it. I had no choice. My flat was rewired. They put the meter in. You forget I'm an old lady. When you're a little old lady on your own, they just trample all over you, and they do. That's why they do, you know.
Oh no, I believe you. They do it to everyone. It's
Yeah.
This is the direction things are heading in, and it's not good.
Yeah, I mean,
No
don't get
matter
me wrong,
which
I
way
like
you
my
slice it.
smart meter, but you know, it's actually quite useful. But I've got a smart washing machine. Yes, what is worse? So you don't believe in the mark of the beast anymore?
Well,
Because you know what I don't understand is, okay, right, I don't see anything wrong with the technology being in my hands. So I've got a microchip in my hand. Fair enough. Why should that be a sin? That's what I don't understand, because I'm stuck in a meat bag. I have to water and shelter and all the rest of it. I have to have, or else I'll die. So I'm going to have to die or commit this terrible sin. Lovely. What a choice. Because that's what it says in the Bible.
yeah, I mean, I don't accept the Bible as any kind of authority. So,
But it does say that, doesn't it? And it is
yeah,
coming
but
about.
predictions. Yeah, I mean, you can interpret, for example, Revelation, mark of the beast. Can mean you can twist it to fit the current goings on. It's the same with Nostradamus and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if you want to get
I
into
believe
this.
all
But,
that junk. Oh, I believe it. Yes, I believe in all this rubbish.
okay,
Yeah, I'm a Notre Dame's fan.
okay.
You know Europe's going to be in trouble this year, don't you? Next year. Big trouble.
Been in trouble for the last 50 years.
Yeah, no, it's big trouble coming to Europe. Very, very
Every year.
No,
Yeah,
What's happening next year?
it's big trouble coming to us. Big trouble. I'm quite scared, actually. I mean, I've decided the worst comes to worst, I'm going to buy myself a hijab, and I'll just pretend to be a Muslim woman. They'll probably leave me alone with my cats. But I'm quite worried about it all, because they have said they're going to take over. They've already said it. You don't watch all this stuff, do you?
No, they will. They are. It's
hooray, thank you.
It's mathematically inevitable
Yes.
because they have more kids. That's
Yes.
Procreation is demographics, and demographics.
Do you not think there's a chance that technology will, like, the power of technology will educate people not to be that way?
No.
No, I don't think so. They will take over.
Unless it's a Neuralink type thing, which is implanted in it, like
yeah.
Actually, back in 1968, I went to Beirut, and in those days, Beirut was a very, oh gosh, you should have seen it. It was something else. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was.
You liked it, didn't you?
Huh?
You liked it back in the day, didn't you, Beirut?
Oh, Beirut, you should have seen it. It was the most beautiful, beautiful city.
Yeah, and then it went downhill.
Fabulous clothes.
But you know, there's a lot of Christians in Lebanon.
It used to be a Christian city, baby.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everyone always is everyone thinks like Lebanon is Muslim, but there's a lot of Christians there.
No, not anymore. It used
Not
to
anymore,
be.
though. Yeah, yeah,
No,
yeah.
it's been taken over, completely taken over. It was taken
All
over
right.
in the 70s, so I was there in the last couple of years before it was taken over. And
Okay.
it was like something, well, yeah, it was the most fantastic, fun place. There was pop music everywhere. I loved it. I only had 2 days there, but I enjoyed every second of it. And it's happening here. It will happen. It's biblical. I mean, it's all to do with Isaac and Esau, blah, blah, blah. And it's taking, sorry, Bible again. It's happening. But I'm going to buy myself a great big kebab, or kebab, whatever it's called, and just convert, because I don't believe in
I keep
God
thinking
anyway.
you said, I thought you said kebab. But yeah.
The kebab.
funny enough, that's Muslim as well, isn't it? But
Yeah, the one. I'm going to pretend.
Sorry?
I'm going to, when all the
Oh, right, you're going to wear a hijab.
hijab. Yeah, I just want peace when I go out to Tesco or wherever I want to go, and I'll just cover myself up, but they insist. You know, save me having to wash myself. Just go out.
Oh, dear. Well, worrying times ahead. Worrying times right now. When is it not worrying times?
So how's your dog today? How's your baby?
He's playing around. He's right. He's got too many toys. And he's squeaking one right now, actually. I don't know if you can hear it. But
yeah, I can hear it.
He's fine. He did 7 miles today walking. He's a border collie.
All right. Oh, you told me that before, yeah.
No, he's
You have a dog, Steve?
Yeah.
Got any pets?
No, I can't have pets where I'm living at the moment. It would just be impractical.
Oh no, that's a horrible situation, isn't it?
It's all right.
Horrible situation.
But I
grew
up with big dogs. I love big dogs. I just love them.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Have you ever seen a Newfoundland? I think it's called Newfoundlands. They're absolutely huge.
Yep.
You've seen one, yeah? Have you seen one of those chickpea?
Yes, beautiful. I love all animals.
I remember I went to my friend's house once and she had one, right? It was her parents. This is when I was young. Her parents had one. And I suppose I was in my early 20s or something. But we went back to hers, and she was in the living room, and she said, go to the kitchen and grab yourself a drink or something. And the hall light was just enough that I didn't have to turn the kitchen light on, right? Because it was just like semi-bright, and it was dark, but it wasn't too dark.
I can see where this is going.
And so I opened the fridge, right, and then I heard this boom, like this behind me, and I looked, and I thought it was a fucking bear. This thing is fucking huge, man. I'd never seen one before. They are amazing. When you first see a Newfoundland, you're like, what the actual fuck? How big they are? Yeah. Apparently they have web feet as well because they're swimmers. Yeah. They're swimmers. That's what they were used to actually save drowning sailors, and people whose ships had capsized. Yeah.
They're quite friendly dogs as well. I understand. Is that right?
Yeah. They're very gentle giants. But yeah. They're beautiful dogs. Mm.
All animals are lovely. It's humans that are the problem. You know what? If I lived in a world with just me and billions of animals, I'd be so happy. And I would.
But who'd give you your SSRIs?
Probably wouldn't need them in that kind of environment.
Yeah.
St. John's Wort.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You told us John's Wort. Yeah. I mean, I've heard that can make you worse. But I've never tried it myself. So.
Well, it depends. Serotonin. Serotonin you have to be very, very careful with. If you're like me and you need it, it's fabulous. But if you're given it and you don't need it, because it is actually a chemical imbalance in the brain, it's not a truth.
Oh yeah, it can cause serotonin syndrome or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it can cause horrible, horrible things. But I just
have
something wrong with me. So they work. Well, I suppose yes, they do work. Yeah.
So anything interesting in the news, guys, this week? I don't know. Have you been paying attention to anything?
No, I don't pay attention to. Well, okay. Well, there is one thing, but I'm not going to talk about it, so I'll move on.
All right, no problem.
What is it?
I'll tell you. Okay, one thing, not recent necessarily, but it happened. If you want to see how quickly your life can change in the blink of an eye,
I know.
go and search what's the English sinkhole.
Oh right, yeah.
In Japan.
I have a phobia of sinkholes. I've seen them before. They're terrifying. There was a sinkhole in Japan this week, was there?
Not this week, over the past couple of months, but a guy, a truck driver, like the ground, there's a small video you can see where the ground literally opens up in front of the truck as he's driving. The truck goes down into the hole, and they lost him. They haven't found him since.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Yeah, like it's been massive news here. I mean, the whole infrastructure thing is massive news. Yeah, so go and have a look at that sinkhole. Yashio, it was up in Yashio, Yashio, and just look
Japan
at the
truck found in pipe weeks after falling into sinkhole. Yeah, so they found
the truck's found, but not the guy. The guy, it looks like he might have just got dissolved. He drowned. Looks like because after the truck went down, they were able to talk to him, but it looks like he drowned in raw sewage and his body dissolved. Honestly, it's awful.
Right.
It's within a second. That's what it was. It's
yeah.
It fucking blows your mind.
Fucking sinkholes are terrifying, man, and I do worry. You know, if you're talking about like an apocalypse in terms of like bad governance and public funds not being used properly, things like sinkholes. These are the types of things that will happen as pipes aren't maintained on water pipes.
This is something I often keep in the back of my mind when I see antinatalists sort of cheering on the diminishing population, the shrinking population. That's going to fucking screw the infrastructure. I went to a presentation, it would have been maybe a couple of years after the big earthquake that happened here in 2011, and they found that less and less people were applying for nuclear scientist jobs because of what happened at Fukushima. But the problem is, moving forward 50 years, that becomes a national security issue because you actually need people to maintain those facilities. And if you don't have Japanese people maintaining them, then you have to rely on foreign labor, and then it becomes a national security issue. It's the same with infrastructure. It's a skill issue as well. So just shrinking populations on paper for antinatalists, it's all good and well, but in reality, it has.
I do agree with you there. And I mean, it's another problem. And also the unintended consequences.
That's the word I was looking for. That's what.
It's definitely true. Especially when it is a marginal viewpoint. It's not something that is accepted. You gotta wonder sometimes who is having the most kids and who isn't having kids, and is that good? Is that a good state of affairs? You know what I mean? Because it does seem that the poor, uneducated are having more kids. And I'm not a classist or anything like that. I'm saying I think all humans are of equal value, but I'm just saying in terms of the future, from a pragmatic sense, is it good to have a society where the parents aren't educated? Is that going to be beneficial to the more people growing up in households where the parents weren't educated? Is that going to be beneficial going forward? Probably not. But then people will come out and say, yeah, but AI, and they probably have a point. I mean, yeah, AI will probably come and help us out. But maybe it won't.
I mean, that could, I mean, we all know the discussion. It just gets into things like the alignment problem and all that kind of nonsense. Once you give AI, self-replicating AI, power over infrastructure, we just don't know how that's going to pan out. Just no idea.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, I just want to welcome Just Skeptical. Just Skeptical, how you doing, brother?
Is that GE?
Yeah. You're muted, by the way. You're up.
Hey, GE, how you doing?
Just another day being depressed, trying to figure out what the hell to do.
Another day, another headache.
How you feel?
Yeah.
Don't know how you feel.
JE, you're coming across distorted, bro. We can't really hear you. It might be your reception where you are. You might have to move.
Can you hear me now?
No, it's coming across all over the place. But by the way, I heard you were depressed. I'm sorry to hear that, mate. It does help to get out for a walk, change a bit of fresh air, maybe even a run, dare I say it.
Yeah. You know, there's a lot of it about depression.
Of course.
It's 1 in 10 in the UK. 1 in 10 people. Because
That's the people who know. I think there's a lot of people who are depressed and don't even know.
Yes, but when I was young,
You know.
it was a rarity. Back in the 60s and 70s, it was unheard of. I was the only
That's because
one.
everyone was drinking themselves silly every night, you know.
Yes, life was and life was more cheerful.
Yeah. Jay, are you with us now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Nah, terrible. I don't know what's happened. You'll have to move to a different room or something, or something. It's just brutal.
Well, maybe turn it off and turn it on again, mate. Your signal's cutting in and
Yeah,
out.
leave and come back maybe or something. I don't know.
Okay, I'll come back.
Okay, brother. We look forward to it. So yeah, look forward to JE coming back. He's always got interesting things to say.
But I think
There's
you're right there,
Sorry,
DNW.
go
Like when you say about people who are depressed, like maybe it's 1 in 10, but that's diagnosed, I guess. It's you never know who else is.
Yeah, because I think even me personally, I think I had depression many years before I knew I had it, because I didn't label it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And it's like I just thought that was the way I was. You know, just the way that's the way life was. You know.
Well, I mean, I saw someone in the chat earlier. They mentioned CPTSD. You know, and I think
that was what David.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's a hell of a lot of that going on.
I don't know if it's received I don't know if there's any actual official diagnostic criteria, but from what I've read of it, it seems like a legitimate thing. If that's the
You know, I think it is bad parenting. I think bad parenting plays a huge part in it.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm a great believer that human psyche can only take so many really big fuck ups, you know, or really bad things happening, and like and you need a bit of space in between each bad thing. If you have a few things happen at the same time, that's when a person can suffer. You know, I mean, you're only made to take one thing at a time. I'd say if you've got two really stressful bad things happening to you at the same time, 3, 4, that's when you start breaking down. You know.
Yeah, you can really. It can really flip.
And I think I think any human would break down. I mean, we see that all the time. We see that with celebrities. You can see them riding high, and then you can see one bad thing happens to them, they go a little bit off the rails, and you can see 2, 3 things happen to them, like a breakup. You know, I don't know, break up, their parent dies, something. There's 2 things going on. They suddenly go completely batshit crazy. You know, and I think that's a normal thing. I think most of us are going along, and we're just tilting on the edge, but if something happens, if too many things happen, we won't be able to carry the load and we could fall off, you know.
But it's a lot to do with childhood, because when I was in the
oh yeah, there is. Well, I think the initial resilience, like the initial being able to bat things off and stuff. I mean, I think I was quite resilient, believe it or not, and I think that probably was my upbringing. But that wasn't because I would say I was overly loved by my parents. I would say I was brought up to be strong, silent, and not complain. And even that, I think that did bizarrely help me in life, because I honestly didn't know what emotions were, because we never had emotional conversations in my house. You know, when I was a kid, I couldn't believe, you know, when I watched these soaps and there was like these kids talking to their parents about, oh, mum, I'm feeling this way. I was like, who the fuck does that? You know?
Yeah.
And so that wasn't something that I did. I don't know, like, I wasn't privy to my sisters. I think they might have had more emotional things. I'm only presuming that because they're girls, but, you know, I think they had those kind of conversations, but I never did. And but I think, yeah, that carried me somewhat. But the thing is, I think it also affected me in that I was off the old school kind of upbringing, but I think I was surrounded by a lot of people who were more in tune with their emotions. And that was hard for me to orient, you know, in the workforce and even in uni, because I found people talking about things that I'd never come across or never bothered with, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I wasn't emotionally intelligent, as in, like, it's something I learned the hard way. You know what I mean?
Good Lord, yes.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
So JE is back. JE is back. Oh no, it's the Archons, JE. It's the Archons. They just don't want you on the show. I don't know. You're usually fine. So can't you just move to a different room or something?
Yeah, I did try my best. I don't know.
Okay, Jay, we'll leave it with you. I'm sure you'll be capable because unless you've moved
I'll
country,
be back to my phone.
I have no idea what you said there, Jay. I have no idea what you said. But yeah, every man there is one. That is the straw that broke the camel's back. There's always something that will set someone off, you know. And it is interesting, isn't it? Like no matter how much money and wealth you happen, you can be susceptible to it. And I look at some of these people who. Then again, I think celebrities are a different breed, aren't they? Because they're nouveau riche. They're not used to their lifestyle sometimes. They've got this opulence that they didn't grow up with sometimes, and I think it does make them go a bit wacky. You know, there's always a burnout, isn't there?
Yeah. But you have to have a lot of self-faith to be a celebrity, to be a star. So I don't know.
You have to have a lot of what? Sorry.
A lot of faith in yourself to be someone, to be a film star or to be an actress or a model even. You need a lot of faith in yourself.
Well, you'd be surprised. Some of them are faking it until they make it. You know, some of them aren't that confident.
I suppose Johnson, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we've got JE here.
Hey, is this better?
Do you know what? It's still brutal. I'm sorry.
It's really,
JE, what's going on?
I don't know.
Can't you plug into the Wi-Fi or something? You usually don't have a problem.
Yeah, I am on the Wi-Fi. I don't know what the issue is.
Maybe try turning your device off and restarting. Because seriously,
yeah, restart your device. Yeah,
it's really bad.
Very bad.
No.
Can I change Can I change the subject?
Of course.
Wait. I just want to ask Chicky quickly. So, you said that 92% of the UK is owned by the rich. Really?
You sound like you're underwater.
We have no idea what you're saying, Jay. You're going to have to go, bro, and come back, mate. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 10% of the UK is depressed. Yes, 10%. What's your take on the whole thing of the Georgia Guidestones and the 500,000?
It's weird because Jay is usually fine.
Sorry. What's your take on the Georgia Guidestones and the 500 million?
Whatever Alex Jones says, I'll agree with Alex Jones.
I thought they blew that up. I thought it doesn't exist anymore.
Blown up, yeah, but still.
Actually, I think they put some. You're talking the Georgia. Hang on, are those the stones which have like population?
Yeah, it's kind of like it's like a mock Stonehenge or something, isn't it? It's got like a guide. It's got like it's monoliths with like instructions in like 6 or 7 languages. And it's telling people, yeah.
One in Japan recently.
Oh, really?
I glanced upon something. Yeah, apparently they've put either a replica or something somewhere. Yeah, something connected to it.
Oh God, yeah.
Those
bastards. I think they will do something like that, and I do think they will. I think they have to, because if they don't, we're going to wreck the place anyway.
I think we're doing a pretty good job of fucking ourselves up, you know.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, have you seen how much? Have you been reading about the nanoplastics in our brains?
Yes, I know all about
in raindrops, and apparently now affecting photosynthesis in plants.
Should I tell you something else? Here in London, haven't seen a flea for 2 years.
A flea?
A flea. All my life, I fought against cat fleas, because that's what you do when you have cats. Past 2 years, I haven't seen one single flea, which may sound very nice, but they're supposed to be fleas, always have been. Barely a sparrow to be seen, no worms.
Well, the sparrows are making a comeback, apparently. I see them around the place.
There's no ants. I used to have pollen.
Yeah. I will say that there used to be shitloads of ants when I was a kid, and now. Yeah. Do you remember the in London? We used to have this day. It was a flying ants day, and it was like literally you'd walk around and there'd be ants flying everywhere. Do you remember those days? You don't remember that?
No. Okay. I don't. Well, I used to be so sort of, I don't know, when I used to bomb around from A to B like a maniac when I was young, so I wouldn't have seen anything. But I haven't seen an ant for years.
Maybe it's because I was a kid and I was in the playground noticing them, but they were everywhere.
You're a lot younger than me, yeah.
They used to come out basically. So it's like their breeding day or something. They used to come out flying around, and then
Yeah,
I don't know.
stuck in an
Anyway,
Wait,
just
wait, there were flying ants?
oh fuck's sake, Jay, I'm sorry, mate. You have to. Did you turn it on and off?
Okay, okay, I'll try.
He didn't turn it on and off. I know he didn't. I know he didn't. He didn't. Because that's exactly the same.
Fleas. I mean, at the end of the day, yes, it's nice not to have to bother with fleas, but the fleas have been there for billions of years. Where have they gone? Where are they?
Well, there is the old headlamp study where they say with each passing year, less and less insects are being found on car headlamps and on windscreens. Because
that's interesting.
That's an actual. There is actual papers on that. There's studies on that like that.
Okay.
Because I remember being like I'm an '80s baby, and I remember being like very young at the end of the '80s and seeing like on the long road trips, you'd see like moths and that stuck to your parents' headlamps. And you know, when you'd be driving on the motorway in the countryside, you put the headlamps on, and there'd always be moths and insects flying in front of you.
Yeah.
But yeah, now not so much. And in fact, very, very rarely do you see insects stuck to your headlamps.
I'll tell you what, mate, you've just triggered me because one of my massive complaints right now, my things that grind my gears, is all these fucking what do they call them? Luminescent LED headlights. They're so freaking bright. Have you tried driving at night?
Yeah, they are crazy, aren't they? They're way too bright. They're like lasers
on high beam all the time. I found myself, I'm literally wearing sunglasses at night now to drive. It is that bad.
So you must be quite baby still, DNW. Back in the 80s, I was having a ball in the city. Oh God, I was having a good time. So you're a little baby.
I'm not really a baby. I'm a geriatric millennial now. But yeah.
Best years of my life. I had such a nice time in the city. God, I had a good time. You know what? In those days, it's the honest truth. Men, we used to go to this wine bar called the Broker, and men used to leave their credit cards behind the bar for us girls to just use when we wanted a few drinks. And that's how life was in the 80s for about 6 years that went on for. It's true.
Until the feminists ruined it all.
Well, it was a lovely time.
We can buy our own drinks.
Never you'd have to buy
they're silly dollies. They didn't know they had it so good, you know. I'm joking, but yeah.
It was the 80s.
But I'm only half joking.
Yeah. But the city was so lovely back in the 70s and 80s. Now it's been destroyed, those stupid buildings.
I will say one thing. It was kept better, I think. People have more pride in presentation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It was the 70s and 80s in the city. 80s was a lovely place. It was really a lovely place, the city. Yeah, you wouldn't have seen it, obviously, because you were still little. But yeah.
Yeah, but I still remember like the 1990, 1990, 1991, 1989. Barely, you know, barely.
God.
I don't remember much about that time.
Yeah,
I mean, I remember people painting their houses and looking after trying to, you know, look up. They had pride in their presentation of their houses more than they do now. Yeah.
Yes, it was. It was.
But I think that's because a lot of houses in London now that used to be family lived in are now converted into multiple occupancy. So they have like a 3-bedroom house becomes 3 flats instead of
The city's been destroyed. Central City has been with the horrible, ugly buildings. Oh my goodness!
I'll be honest with you, it's not the London I knew. It's a very strange place. It is a very strange place. I do walk around sometimes and I think, what am I even doing here? I'll be honest with you.
It's really.
I think, and I'm getting more and more of that mindset. You know, what the fuck am I doing here?
It's been destroyed.
And
yeah,
it's like I can't really. There's nothing. There's conversations aren't as good anymore. Nothing is as good as it was. And I don't see it getting any better.
I had the same feeling. I went back to Auckland a couple of years back, and it was just an alien city to me. It was horrible. I just hated it. Absolutely hated what it had become.
Yeah, such ugly.
Yeah, they do say that though. That it's kind of anybody who goes back to where they like grew up or whatever, years later, it's always bittersweet.
Oh no, but
it's
the same thing. You guys like it's dirty. It's just
right.
the vibe is different. It's not a good place, you know. But I went down to Wellington. Wellington's lovely. It's still lovely, but Auckland's fucked.
Yeah,
you know what else you never see nowadays? But little black and red beetles. What are they called? Ladybirds. Haven't seen a ladybird for years. No ladybirds? Ladybirds.
Yeah, I know what they are.
I haven't seen one for years. It's pretty little things.
Actually, come to think of it, I haven't seen a cockroach for a while.
No, I haven't. Or what was other things you get indoors?
Moths.
What?
Flies. Moths.
Flies. Don't see many flies anymore. Any insects? Just don't see.
No, you definitely don't see as many insects as you used to when I was a kid. No, I don't. I mean, when I used to in my garden when I was a kid in London, there were insects everywhere. You know, you had butterflies, you had bees, you know, moths, daddy long legs. I don't know what you call them. Everything, spiders. You know. Yeah, nowadays not much.
Yeah, it's all gone. I've really noticed it past no.
So weirdly, Jay, you can rewind the show. We're not having you on. Jay says, "Well, I went on another live and then on Discord, and his internet was fine, and they heard him fine. So he doesn't know what the issue is because he can hear us guys very well. Very strange. Try again, is all I can say. You know, very weird. Very weird. Anybody else want to come on here? Please do. Patsy Klein, do you want to come on here? Insecticides are killing off insects. Yep. And I've just read it's not just insects, actually, guys. There are studies on soil. That soil is becoming. There are worries in America and in the world over, but this is some American studies I've read that these insecticides that they've been using to kill insects have also been having an effect on the microfauna, so like these very small animals, bacteria, micro insects that are necessary for aerating the soil. They're killing worms. They're killing, as I said, bacteria, and this is all necessary for making soil fertile. So there is this worry that we not only are we killing off the insects and we're not having pollination, but we're having like some kind of desertification of our agricultural lands because we're killing all the life that helps.
Maybe this is behind Elon's rush to Mars. I mean, maybe he has information we don't know about.
Well, I have thought, like, sometimes when I get conspiratorial about matters, I have thought that maybe we are so fucked that all this this like Trump posturing to grab Greenland and get the assets from Ukraine and get Canada, all this, and then Musk wanting to go to Mars. Maybe it's because they know we're completely fucked.
Have you something else? Do you take vitamin pills, any of you?
Yes.
No.
Yes, I tell you something.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Jay, I don't know what's going on, mate. You're still doing that. Have you opened up the new file? Have you? You can rewind it and listen to it yourself. It's really bizarre, mate. Have you?
Okay, I'll comment.
Oh, we love having Jay on the show as well. It's really annoying.
Try seriously. Turn everything off and then come back on.
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. I'm just going to get a drink and then I'll be right back.
No worries.
But you've dog rights. Vitamin pills. The contents of vitamin pills have plummeted. Back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, you could get vitamin pills that contained 500 milligrams of Vit C, 100 milligrams of B vitamins, and really high levels. Now there's barely nothing in them anymore. It's absolutely terrifying. Huh?
Okay.
Have you noticed?
I don't know. I don't take vitamins. I
take vitamin pills because I don't eat properly. And but the levels, and plus, of course, no vitamins in our food because the land is becoming nutrient loss because of the way we exploit it so much.
No, I've definitely sort of come across that the quality of the soil is just draining our food from nutrition, draining nutrition from our food.
Yes, which is why I take vitamin pills. But even now, the vitamin levels are so low. Really low. and not being talked about, of course, so nobody's saying anything.
Right.
Even expensive vitamin pills. It's not the cheap ones. This is bureaucracy.
Well, maybe nobody's saying anything because the people in the know, just maybe it's just beyond fixing at this point.
Yeah,
I
mean, I do have that worry myself, Dogs, that it is that bad because, I mean, when you look at, for example, sperm counts have apparently plummeted. Have you read about those statistics?
Yeah, I've read that. Yeah.
Yeah, and apparently it's to do with the estrogen in the water from the pill, basically the women's the pill from women take, and also the apparently there's a lot of estrogen in washing powder that they use for laundry and washing your Delf in your dishwasher. Apparently there's a lot of estrogen in that, and all this is causing men to turn into women. I mean, as Alex Jones says, the frogs are turning gay.
That's right.
And, yeah.
Fish are turning female too. Fish are turning female.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, Chickpea, that what you said about the vitamins. I mean, companies are always doing this type of thing. They're sneakily reducing, the size of their offerings. It's like the packaging gets bigger, but what's inside gets less. And they even puff up the packaging with air now as well. Have you seen them doing that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Since Corona, that's just been so noticeable. They can't even hide it.
I know, it's fucking terrible.
It's honestly, it's just such a slap in the face.
Yeah.
But I don't know in the UK, but in Kiwi we had 1 cent lollies. Did you ever have that? Like you for a single 1 cent coin or whatever, you guys had a penny.
Well, I remember we had penny sweets, but it's like you get penny sweets. It's like you go into a shop. I used to do it when I was a kid. You just go in with your pennies and you could buy each would be 1p or 2p or 5p, depending on the ones. But they were just basically, they were shit. But you would buy it as a kid. You loved it because you could pick whichever ones you want, and they got put in a brown paper bag.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. You go with 50 cents, and you'll come out with 50 pieces.
Yeah. There's none of that anymore. No, none of that. Now it costs about 50p for 10 sweets. If even. For those types of sweets, I mean, they don't even probably sell those types of sweets anymore. I don't see them anywhere.
Geez, I sound like some old geezer.
We kind of are. I look around me now, and I think, I am actually, because I'm 40, so I'm old, So it's
baby.
But no, it's like.
I was talking to someone on Twitter just was it yesterday, and we just had a quick back and forth about reminiscing over stick shift cars. Now everything's automatic and electronic, and I really miss the old sticks. And having a clutch in the car and all that kind of stuff. You just sound like someone's granddad.
Yeah. I genuinely think that my dad and that they're much healthier than people nowadays because they didn't. We grew up on a lot of crap. A lot of chemicals have gone into our bodies.
Yeah.
I mean, you're probably a bit better than us, Steve, because you grew up in New Zealand, maybe because you grew up in the country as well. But in general, living in the city, it's just so fucking polluted, man. And it's getting,
Yes, the pollution's shocking, isn't it?
And I really think these microplastics, I think they're having an effect on us. And I think that, hello, Stargazer. Do you want to come on here, Stargazer?
I'd be surprised if they're not.
Yeah, I would be as well.
Of course
I would be as well. Yeah. I mean, the way I see this world is it is like palliative care, as me in question marks on those call it, for the human species. But not only that, it's basically them trying to keep us motivated enough to create medicinal remedies for the elites and also probably some near immortality for them, but also creating some form of getting the hell out of here for them. And it will be just them that get to go to other planets. They won't be bringing the spawn of average Joe to planet Mars or wherever the fuck they go,
That is going to be really interesting, who they choose.
Yeah. Do you ever read that? It reminds me, there's a book I read called Stark by Ben Elton years ago. I think it was loosely based on going to live on another planet. I think it was. But it will be interesting who they pick And I can tell you one thing: it won't be egalitarian. it will be nepotism babies. You know.
But perhaps it just doesn't matter who they pick because humans will just end up humaning.
Yeah.
You end up with your hierarchies and your wars and all that. I don't think we can escape.
Yeah. Jay says all these chemicals and microplastics are why many people are so depressed too. I wouldn't be surprised because toxins cause inflammation, and they say that sometimes depression is caused by inflammation, an allergy. So you could be allergic to a food or allergic to some environmental thing going on in your locality, like pollution or whatever, and that can cause inflammation in your brain, which in turn causes depression. So yeah, it could be. So what did you say, Chippy?
Are you allergic to nickel at all? Nickel?
No.
Oh, lucky you. Because I tell you,
Not that I'm aware. It's not something I've. How bad is the allergy to nickel? Because it's not something.
bad. I've got it, and for the past couple of years, I've been having peeled off the pavement about 6 times.
I wouldn't even be able to point nickel out. What color is nickel? Is it silver?
Nickel, it looks like metal. Yes, nickel. You used to get it on jean pockets and all that sort of thing.
Okay, but is it silver?
It looks like silver.
Silver looking. Yeah.
It looks like silver. It's been banned, but now.
Oh, has it?
Yes. It's coming from green technology, but
very
dangerous.
It's so funny, all these things, because I remember, I remember breaking a thermometer with mercury in it.
Yeah.
And I'm nearly sure I broke mercury light bulbs before. But apparently, if that happens, it's like a life-threatening situation. You're meant to wear like a hazard suit and fucking or like call emergency services because it's very, very dangerous. But there are people I know, a bit older than me, who used to like throw mercury around in the science lab and have like fights with it and stuff.
I can remember it.
Yeah.
That's what's wrong with me. That's the mercury I was playing with when I was young.
Perhaps the stuff they told us was dangerous isn't, and the stuff that they tell us is benign is actually the most dangerous.
Well, it's probably a little bit of both, isn't it? The stuff they're telling us isn't dangerous. It's going to be tomorrow's carcinogenic, isn't it? They're going to say, oh yeah, because don't forget, studies that show something is okay, there's always a corporate interest, And basically, there's some evil bastard who probably knows, oh yeah, this is causing a problem. But look, if we do the study this way, it will show it's okay, and we'll push it out there, and then we can get away with anybody trying to sue us because we'll say we did a legitimate study. This is what these pricks do, and that's why sometimes I am scathing about some academia because I do. Everyone's got to make their ends meet. I suppose everyone's got to put bread on the table, and I suppose you can't blame them. But sometimes these academics do really do the bidding for the the evil powers that be. You know what I mean? They basically, yeah.
You know what? They are far more submissive than we are. Far more. I've noticed
who are sorry.
The higher people go in society, I've worked in the city, I noticed it myself, I noticed it in the armed forces, the higher someone is, the more submissive they are to the person above them.
Well, yeah, because they've been chosen.
They have to be to keep
they've been chosen. They fit a role, and basically they're doing the bidding for someone else, and they're basically serving the person above them in the right way, and sometimes that involves trampling on those below them. It's a massive
Yes, that's what I was saying.
And there's always someone that's willing to trample on their own.
Yes.
Well,
look at the Battle of the Somme, the way people will kill each other, their own kind, when their master says, go on, off you go, kill some Frenchmen.
Guys, does anybody else want to come on? The link is in the chat there. If you want to come on, please do. I'll share it again.
So what's your baby's favorite food?
He likes kibble.
All right.
He's on the hard stuff. Yeah. My partner, she likes to give him wet food and stuff, but I prefer to give him the kibble. It's better for his teeth, because she cooks for him.
Wow.
She goes, "What? Yeah, yeah. This dog gets well looked after, you know."
Good. So he should be. So he
Yeah,
should.
yeah. He eats first in this house.
So he
Yeah.
should. Does he eat off your plate?
No, he doesn't eat off my fucking plate. No, nobody eats off my plate except me, right? Dog or man or woman, whatever. Yeah. If there's one thing I learned from my father, it was how to be a savage at the dinner table. And yeah, there's nobody coming near my plate, and you better watch what's on your plate if I'm nearby.
I hear you, man. I hear you. Don't touch my beer and don't touch my food.
I tell you one thing, we ate fucking fast in my household. I don't know about you, Steve. Did you deliberate over matters as you chewed your food? Because we really fucking yonked it down, you know.
Nothing stood out to me that would make me say that. I just thought we were normal, so I don't know.
Okay, you're a normal, yeah. No, I think because I think it was to do with where my dad went to school because you had to eat your dinner fast as a youngster because other kids were trying to eat it. I think that rubbed off on me. My school was a bit like that as well, actually. Lunchtime was a bit brutal in my school because the teachers weren't there, and you were just put in this hall, and it's all the kids eating, and it was like being in you talked about Beirut. It was like being in the Lebanon at lunchtime during the fucking worst years of the war because there was no fucking adult around. It was all fucking teenage boys, and everybody was just fucking, oh god, yeah. It was quite a chaos, quite a funny secondary school actually. I mean, even
boys, did you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I went to an all boys secondary. Yeah.
All right.
It was the making of me and the breaking of me, you know. But yeah, I would say it's a disability to go to an all boys school actually because when I went to university then. Because my school was out in the middle of nowhere, and I didn't see girls, you know. And then suddenly I go to university, and obviously I was a horny bastard, and I was like, wow, women. And then when you're talking to them, you're like a fucking awkward caveman who doesn't know how to fucking talk. You know what I mean? And I remember girls saying, yeah, there's a distinct difference between a guy who went to school in a mixed, school, and a guy who just went to school with blokes. There's they can tell at a young age, at that age, say 18, 19, 20, that age, they can say, yeah, that guy wasn't around women in school.
That's quite funny. That's quite funny. That's interesting.
Yeah, because I think we come across as more gruff, maybe more awkward, and dare I say it, probably more presumptuous as well.
Okay.
I know that we can get what we want, we're more maybe unduly confident because we haven't had our ego bashed in enough, that kind of way.
No, there's nothing like being a teenager and having girls just knock you back.
Yeah. The worst knocking back. My friend puked on a girl's face in a nightclub. That was probably the worst thing I've ever heard.
That's
she went up to him. He didn't mean it though. She went up to him, the woman took the first step. Now that was her fatal flaw. Women should never do that if you're old school. I'm joking. I don't care. In fact, sometimes it's nice if they do that because they're easy. But well, it's true. I'm being honest. You're like, fuck yes, I don't have to do any of the groundwork.
It's true. Let's just be honest.
Yeah. So what was I going to say? So he just looked down at her. She looked up at him and smiled and said something like, "Can I have a kiss?" And he looked down at her, and then he got sick on her. But all over her face, it was like The Exorcist. Yeah, he was only about 18 or 19.
Was he just lagered, or was it food, or what? What was the problem?
It was all lager, just loads of beer. But yeah. Poor girl.
Oh.
I mean, I've never had anyone get sick on me, but I did see someone else get sick on someone in a bar once as well. That is it's the most revolting thing to have a stranger puke on you. I'm sure it's one of the worst things that can happen. It happened to a friend of mine, actually, a guy. He was out one night in a nightclub, and someone, I think it must have been a friend or someone, puked on him at the bar. It came out like that, projectile vomit.
And I'm just thinking
we could share some terrible stories. I mean, I've seen some terrible things in bars. I mean, I saw someone taking a shit in a nightclub. That was probably one of the most brutal things I saw in a nightclub. They sat on the I couldn't believe it. They were sitting on, remember well, they still have it, the foot rail around the bar.
Yeah.
They were sitting on that, taking a dump. Like I was like, I can't believe what I'm seeing, because you could see this big turd hanging down. Like you could see the silhouette and this big turd hanging down, and it was like, yeah. So I've been to the classiest places.
Well, most of my bar going day, like 90% of my bar going days, was in the band, and so from the stage you could just see everything. And fucking hell, there are some weird fucking people in this world, man.
Yeah.
You'd be cranking out the hits, and you'd just be looking across the stage at your bandmates. Just everyone's kind of side-eyeing, going, "Oh, Jesus Christ!"
Someone's getting fisted over there. Yeah, there's all manner of shit. Yeah. And you could see the kind of people like in couples, but one of them is trying to get the attention of someone else, all that type of shit. Yeah.
You honestly, the stories.
I know. I worked in bars, but I worked behind the bar, and I saw the. It's the same thing, because you're sober and you're seeing the way people are carrying on.
Right.
And I have to admit, like when I was younger, I probably would have been a bit of a crazy, annoying bastard to watch. You know what I mean? And when I was working in the bar, I'd already given up drinking. So I gave up drinking when I was 25. So, but yeah, I mean, you have to I think it's a good education to just work with Joe Public, like when they're socializing, just to kind of see what they're about. And it's actually terrifying, isn't it? It's like, I can't believe what the average person like gets up to on a night out, And it's like watching, those documentaries of penguins, when you see like the one penguin leaves the other penguin behind and gets up to all sorts, and then comes back and pretends nothing happened. It's that type of shit. It was a real lesson in nature and anthropology, if you want to call it anthropology, or just animal studies. But yeah, have you got any crazy stories, Chickpea, from your nights on the town?
Well, God, not as bad as yours, no.
Oh, really? I mean, that's aim stuff for me. Fucking hell.
No,
yeah.
I've worked in bars, but I think life was more civilized when I was young.
Right, yeah.
It was definitely more civilized, yes. I don't know. I never heard this sort of stuff happen, of this sort of stuff.
You're a lady. You were buffered from all of this, no? You're a lady.
No. I worked in the coal herd for a while. I've done bar work.
Did you? Oh,
I also did a lot of music stuff up here in Japan for a bit. Played around, and one thing I noticed was, and I kind of, oddly enough, I missed this. There wasn't in Japan. There's no bar fights or anything like that. But back in Kiwi, I mean, seriously, fights would just break out constantly, and I don't know. There's something good about that. There's something raw about that Saturday night energy.
Oh yeah. It is like, I remember just being astounded at how willing people were to do violence. I'm talking real violence, man.
Oh yeah.
Like to fuck someone up, like.
Oh yeah.
That was one of the most shocking things. When I started going out first, I couldn't believe how people were willing to fuck someone up over nothing, by the way. Over absolutely nothing. You know what I mean? It was like,
totally.
You look at
I've seen people get glassed. I've seen people get glassed, the whole thing, I mean, I've been in venues where we've been holding onto the PA speakers because the whole crowd is rioting.
I remember a bloke whose face was held against a pebble dash wall, and then his face was pulled down, so it ripped as it went down. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking nuts what people will do to each other when they're drunk, and this is why drinking isn't clearly for everybody. Because if you do that type of thing to anybody over nothing, it's completely insane. And it's always over something stupid. It's always over some fragile male ego, basically, isn't it? Although I have to say, I've seen my fair lot of women start fights as well.
It's about a chick. Oh yeah, when the chicks fight, mate, they don't hold back.
They're vicious, mate. The women don't generally fight, but when they do, oh god.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't like this when I was young. I must admit, I think the world has changed a lot.
Yeah, my mum said, I spoke to my mum the other day, and she said it's because of all the drugs. There you go.
Changed a lot. So how old's your mother?
She's a bit older than you now, so she's probably she's about 74 or something. Yeah.
Wow. How's she finding old age?
She's fit though. She's all right actually. She's all right. Yeah, she's doing okay. She's got a bit of energy in her. She's fit. She keeps exercising and all that. So she's probably fitter than me. So
Wow.
good luck to you.
What does your mother say about the colour of the sun nowadays?
Oh God, we don't actually talk that much, you know.
You must ask,
But
you must ask her what colour the sun was when she was a little girl.
well, I know one thing. She always says, right, that the winters used to be colder when she was a kid.
Yes, they were.
And she says that she remembers like frozen fields and frozen like streets for like weeks, months at a time.
Yes.
And she says things like that basically. That winters were worse when she was younger.
Winters were yes. It was a lot colder when I was young. A lot colder.
She basically is of the mindset that the world's pretty fucked up, you know. She does. She says it to me. She doesn't say it to other family members, but she says it to me.
Oh, you lucky thing.
But she's not as pessimistic as me, like on the whole. But I understand why she wouldn't be, because it's not normal to be as pessimistic as me. But I try not to put it on her.
You're not as bad as me.
Well, I'm probably not as bad as you, Chickpea. But I've been there, and I do admit that I have contrived a way of coping, and but you can't blame a man for doing that, you know.
But you must ask your mother about the sun, okay?
The sun has the sun changed color? I mean, what the hell do you mean?
The sun was yellow. Now it's white.
So now it's white. Is this a phenomenon that is actually?
No. The sun used to look.
Has anyone else said this online? Is this a thing?
Well, there's so few people seem to look up now ever, because I can remember a big yellow ball in the sky, and I can remember because I remember it. I loved it. But nowadays it's a big white ball, a horrible white ball that burned your eyes. So you must ask about it.
Sounds a bit like a Mandela effect, perhaps.
I don't know.
Allegedly, it has changed the color of its light from yellowish to white, and some even think the shape of the star has become somewhat different.
You just said it.
So this is. I'm looking this up online.
Yes.
So did the sun change color from yellow to white? Okay, this is an article I found online.
Yes. It's really weird.
No, it cannot be. The sun on a blue sky is no longer yellow. Don't believe it. Do an internet search or look to see for yourself. Men have been encouraged to keep an eye on the sky to help predict and plan for the future. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so it's going on a little bit about what the sun does. And let me just cut to the chase.
What she has to say, because it seems to be a lot of stuff gets moved off the internet. I've noticed. So I've noticed about barcodes, how loads of stuff has been removed.
The internet source that suggested that the once yellow sun was now white asked the reader to recall the crayon color chosen in childhood drawings to render the sun in. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I do remember the sun is always yellow. The sun is always yellow. I think this is where it's coming from. The sun is always yellow in cartoons, right? No one draws it as white. But I think that's where I never remember the sun being anything but white, you know?
Yeah, I know. It's been a long time. It's been like this about 30, 40 years. It's been a long time. Ask her mum what she has to say on the subject. Just ask her. Because like she said, very few people admit to the fact that the world is warming up.
Does anybody who's watching have an opinion on this? Did the sun used to be white or yellow?
Ask your mum, see what she has to say. Just like the world used to be colder. It was colder, a lot colder. I can remember it. And the winters weren't as hot as summers weren't as hot as they are now. They weren't. I do remember them. Not that I'm complaining. But,
anybody want to come on here? Just let me know. I'm getting another drink, guys. I'll be right back. But please keep the conversation flowing.
It's the first time I've heard about the sun.
What? You would notice because I'm a sun worshipper. When I was little, when I was young, I was always sunbathed. So I was always looking to see where the sun was because I'd go and lay in it. And so maybe I notice it more. But ask old people what they have to say. Anyone over the age of 70.
Okay.
Yeah, it's weird. It definitely has changed. I think it's a lot to do with the chemtrails and the rubbish in the sky now. That could have a lot to do with it. Used to be yellow. Plus the sun nowadays seems to be a lot hotter and brighter. Weird. It hasn't changed. It's all very strange. I know a lady that comes from Japan. She lives in the block I live in. Hello?
Hello. So, okay,
Yes,
that's
I
cool.
said I
That's
know
cool.
someone who comes from Japan, a Japanese lady.
All right.
She lives in the block I live in. Yeah, she's married to an English guy. Yeah.
Is
So,
it that's
yeah.
like in a block of flats that you live in? I take it.
Yeah.
Right.
Just small blocks, only 20 of us.
Oh, cool.
Yes, I've been lucky, very lucky to live in a small block of flats. Yeah, I live on the ground, and there's loads and loads of land for my cats to play on. So it's quite nice.
I can't stand the ground floor. I've got to get up.
Oh, no, I love it. Yes, it's nice for the cats. They all jump out the windows. They love it. Love it. But you're not from Japan originally, are you?
No, I'm from New Zealand.
Oh, wow. What on earth are you doing in Japan? From New Zealand to Japan?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So what do you do?
As little as possible for as much as possible.
All right. So what do you do for a living?
As
Is that
little
you
as
on the
possible for as
photograph?
much as possible. Sorry?
Is that you on the photograph?
It could be.
All right. So you're a professional then?
I prefer to keep stuff like that
Okay.
private.
You look
Yeah,
like a professional.
right.
All right.
I have my days. No, I've been here. Jesus, maybe 25, 26 years now.
Wow. You obviously like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm lucky. Yeah, it's a good place, and I'm
Okay.
lucky to live here.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've never
So,
been there.
you should, I mean, if you get the chance, do it. It's a wild place. I mean, it really is the future, you know.
Yes, I have. I can't fly, unfortunately. I need an ambulance after
Okay.
a couple of that. I've got RA, so I can't
Oh,
go on
okay.
an aeroplane.
What's RA? I don't know what that is. Sorry.
Rheumatoid
Oh,
arthritis.
rheumatoid arthritis. Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
a couple of hours on a plane. I need an ambulance. So my days of
Oh, that's a
traveling are
shame.
over.
That's a shame.
Yes.
Yeah. No, Japan. It's one of the. It's a magical place. It's great. I mean,
Oh,
but
good.
then
I'm
again,
glad you. Huh?
the other side of that is the longer you live somewhere, the more you become a local. It's
Yes.
not. It becomes less magical over time. You know.
Yeah, I come from Holland originally, but I live in
Oh
London.
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Been a Hollandsvrouw. Hollandsvrouw, yeah.
So you're in the UK now. Did I get that right?
Yeah, I'm in London. Yeah. I'm very anglicised.
Right.
I preferred working for English men, basically. It's as simple as that. I just found it all so much easier.
Right.
So I just stayed in London. Yeah, England.
Cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah, I come from Holland.
So that would mean you're bilingual, I take it.
Yes.
It must mean that, yeah.
Yes, obviously.
At least.
Yeah,
obviously, right. That's such a stupid thing to say, right?
Yeah, I can speak real language just about, but I find Dutch language horrible. I think it's such an awful language.
Really?
Yeah, I hate my own language.
Yeah, that's odd. I haven't heard.
Yes.
I haven't heard that before.
Yeah, I just find it such a childish, stupid language.
Wow, that's
yes,
a big
I
call.
know. The crazy thing, isn't it? I
Yeah, it
suppose
is.
I'm very anglicised. Yeah, very. When I go home, I haven't been back for years now because all my family's dead and everything. So,
wow.
I feel so. What's the word? Oh, someone said yes. It used to be yellow. I feel so rough and ready because I live in the East End. I become a real East Ender, and I feel so rough and ready. And like in Holland, men drink coffee out of little cups, whereas I like to drink out of a big mug. And the same applies to drinks. I like a big drink. They drink half pints of lager. And I think to myself, oh God, I think I better just go back to London because I don't fit in here. And it's like
what the hell are they doing drinking half pints of anything? That's
the
fucking
Dutch
ridiculous.
men are very, very infantilized.
Sound like Australians with their bloody stubbies.
Oh,
what the hell's that about?
Yeah. Yeah.
I couldn't believe it when I went to Australia. But I suppose they could say, oh yeah, because it's hot, you know. But you go there and have that little egg cup of fucking beer.
Yeah, the Dutch do the same. And I can't deal with it. Like when I go to Holland, I feel maybe I should change sex or something because I'm more masculine than they are. I sit there, I'll drink a pint. Well, I used to drink. I don't drink anymore, but when I did drink. Yeah.
Mate, the Japanese are hard drinkers, eh? When you go out with those guys, fuck, you
Yeah,
better be ready to rock.
I
They
haven't
are
drank for nearly
madmen.
30 years. But yeah. But the Dutch, they're such Nancy boys. I shouldn't say it.
That's great.
Probably get
It's
the
funny.
talk.
My dad lived in Amsterdam for a few years,
Did
couple of
he?
years
Oh,
apparently.
wow. Did you like
As
it?
as like when he was like 19 or something.
Yeah.
Couple of years.
Gosh, all those years
Apparently,
ago.
him and a few mates from his school went there. Yeah, apparently they had a great
Yeah.
time. I'm sure they did. I'm
Yes,
sure they
I bet
fucking
they
did.
I bet
You know?
they did.
Mm.
Yes. Yes.
I probably
bet
have
they
fucking. I probably have fucking Dutch relatives out there somewhere. Yeah.
did. Yes, probably.
Yeah. Some miserable Dutch
Yeah.
wanker somewhere out there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The Dutch. Yeah. I haven't been back for years. So I'd rather just. I'm very cityized. City of London's definitely taken me over.
That's interesting because as I get older, I want to get as far away from the city as I can.
Oh, I do. I want to move. But
Mm.
my mentality is very much the City of London.
I see,
That's
I
where
see.
my roots are and how I identify. Yeah. My life is definitely roots in the City of London and in the
But
East
it's
End.
also practicality, isn't it? Like, the older you get, the more convenient things have to be. That's
Yes.
just the way things go.
Yes.
So
Yes. And life here is so convenient
right.
for me.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
live about a couple of miles away, I suppose. And it's so everything's on the doorstep, everything I want, just on the doorstep.
What's your public transport like over there?
Fabulous.
Okay.
I don't
right.
need a car.
Yeah, that helps a lot, eh?
No, I don't need a car here. I don't need one. It everything. The city is 20 minutes on the bus. Everything's here. It's just
Right.
I'm close to tube lines. I've got a hospital down the road. Everything's where I want. Everything's here for me. Yes, that's one of the reasons why I've stayed it so long, because it is very convenient and the city's close by, and I do love the city.
Mm.
Yeah, I did like it there, I must admit. Yeah.
Public transport makes all the difference, eh? Like the trains
Yeah.
here are just
Yes.
ridiculously incredible. And it really does change everything.
Yes. Yeah, because a car's such a responsibility, isn't it? Especially if you're a female, if the damn thing goes wrong, you end up paying an arm and a leg to get it repaired. So I don't really want one.
Yeah, but the modern cars these days, there's not really a lot you can do on your own. You actually do have to take them to the shop.
All right. Yeah, I wouldn't
But then
know.
again, yeah, I mean, I've got a car and I use public transport. I mean, it's convenient having one, when you need it, especially if you want to take a trip somewhere on your own time and on your own terms, and you can just chuck everything in the back and rock on.
Yes. Yeah, I do know that. Yeah. Yeah, but if you're a woman, I must admit, I'm always a bit. Yeah, I don't like being in strange places on my own too much. I'm always a little bit wary.
Well, it is a scary place out there, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
I got a two-wheeler, electric one, a moped, but that's what I use.
Oh, right.
I first got one. I was one of the early adopters. I got one in 2019, actually, when I first got it.
Right.
And everyone used to be like, what the fuck is that? But, yeah, I find it's fantastic, actually.
Yes. That's one thing I miss about Holland. You can just cycle everywhere in Holland. You can cycle right across the country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the cyclers, because the cyclers have right of way. Really easy
And that's
to
the thing here as well. Cycling is how 90% of people get around here as well.
Yeah. Yes. And Holland, cycling's easy. I do miss that, I must admit. But I don't miss anything else. I miss having my family, but they're gone.
I had a Dutch bike once. They're nuts.
Good.
They are, they're fucking nuts.
Why?
Suicide fucking machines. Well, the way you have to pedal backwards to brake. They don't have brakes on them like we do. You like, there's no brakes on the fucking handlebars. It's like you pedal backwards.
You mean the foot brake styles like they use on BMXs and stuff sometimes?
I'm not familiar. I've only I haven't been on.
They were common. They were common back in Kiwi. We had those as
kids. Yeah. But these are big, massive. They're like the Dutch bikes are like cargo bikes. They're not like BMX. They're like big cargo bikes. They're quite heavy. They're like tanks. They're really heavy. And you just got to they're quite something to get used to. They're quite something to get used to. But yeah, you put it this way: you wouldn't want to go too fast on them. It's just for like sauntering along. Because if you go too fast, you will lose control, I think.
But in Holland, yeah, everything's designed for bikes. So in Holland, you'd be fine with it.
Yeah.
You know, it's very
Yeah.
All kind of designed for cyclists, and I do miss that. I must admit, but can't have everything. Yeah. And, you know, I don't know, Holland, England.
Well, maybe we'll have to do a Finding Gnosis road trip one day. Cycle around.
I wish. I wish.
No, I was thinking maybe one day we should have like a Finding Gnosis retreat or something. That'd be funny. Just like okay, hang out, you know.
I want to join a vegan retreat, actually.
A vegan retreat. There's loads of them on, yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I am thinking about
the big vegan camp out. That's one every year. You can look that up.
Oh, right. Now I'm talking about moving into vegan.
Oh, you mean like a commune or something? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Because I've become
Okay.
so anti-meat eating. Oh my God, I'm really anti. I've always been the same.
Oh, I mean, it depends on where you live. I mean, you could get a vegan housemate. Do you have a spare room?
No, I don't have a spare room. I just one bedroom.
Okay.
And I wouldn't be happy living in a flat with one person. I'd either live like this or live in a commune facility, you know.
Right, yeah.
Sort of dorm type place or something. Plus, I'd have to have somewhere I can go with all the cats because I'm not giving the cats up. So,
how many cats do you have?
What?
How many cats do you have?
7.
Ooh.
And I love them to bits. I adore my cats. Absolutely adore them. I wouldn't be without my cats. I love cats. They are my favorite thing in life. Don't you like cats?
Oh, no, it's not. It's neither dislike or like. They're just there.
Oh, I've always loved cats. I love them more than anything else in the world. There's something about cats that I
like cats as well, but I had a cat. We had a cat. We didn't have cats much when I was a kid because we had dogs, and they used to, you know. But we had a cat once, and basically, what happened to the poor thing? It had a habit of climbing up into the car bonnets of visitors.
Oh yeah, they do that. Yeah, for warmth.
Yeah, it got taken away unfortunately on a road trip, and we don't know where it went.
Yeah, you hear of that a lot.
Because I remember my mum collected me once from somewhere, and I heard this meowing as she was driving along, and I was like, "What's that? What's that?" And then that's how it was sitting just above where the fan belt was. You know, there's a cover over it. It was sitting on that.
Yeah.
Poor thing. Yeah, it did that all the time, unfortunately.
Yes, I've heard of that a lot. Yeah.
We had a cat, and she was just a bitch. Just had such a bad attitude.
Oh, she didn't.
No, she did. She honestly just an absolute.
It must be the calico. Was she
I don't recall. I don't recall.
No. She was a good judge of character, Chickpea. She was a good judge. I'll be right back.
Fair play.
Cat, I've got a calico cat. She's a right madam.
I don't know what that is. What is a calico cat?
They're ginger, black, and white. A combo of ginger, black, and white, and they're very, very possessive and very have to be in charge. They're in charge of the household. I've got one, Madam Poppy. She's called. She's a right one, but I love them. I love my cats. My first love in life is a cat, and my last love will be a cat. And me and Chickpea, that's not Chickpea there, that's Boris. We were together for 20 years, nearly, short of about 6 weeks, 7 weeks.
Wow, that's a long life for a cat, eh?
Yeah, she was the love of my life. And every day I talk about her and think about her, write her name out, and adored her. Yeah. I love cats. And Boris, he was lovely too. That's Boris the grey cat.
Well, 20 years, I mean, that's a serious lot. That's a serious lifespan.
She was spoiled to death. Spoiled?
Wow.
Yeah, but it's not that long, actually. If you care for them, they will live for a good 15, 16 years.
Yeah.
They're looked after. They lead a nice life if they're loved. You know, they lead a very, very nice life indeed. You should get yourself one cat. Nah. A man should have a cat. Women like it. Women love men who've got a couple of cats. They do. They do. Same with dogs. If you have a dog, walk around with a dog, women will stop and chat to you on the streets. You must know that.
Oh yeah. It is true. It is true.
No, I
I
know.
stop
if
every man I see. I do. If I see
That's
a
all right.
mountain
That's all right.
dog,
I don't need a dog. I'm a gorgeous white man walking around an
Oh, I
Asian
know.
country. I'm fine.
Steve is the dog.
I stop every man I see with a dog. I always have to stop every guy I see, or if he's got a rat. There used to be a guy in Hackney. You know what Hackney's like. He used to walk around with a rat on his shoulders, and there was another guy who had a rabbit on a lead. That's Hackney for you. And I used to stop them. Say, "Can I stroke your rat?" Oh. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Still here. Still here.
Said, "Hello, can I stroke your rat?" He had a rat on his shoulders.
Sounds a bit suggestive, doesn't it?
What can I give?
Can I
But he
stroke
used
your
to
rat?
walk around with a rat on his shoulders, black rat. It's Hackney. It's what you get in Hackney. People walk around with rabbits and rats. Yeah.
Problem around here, there's a few people. Well, it's not a problem. It's just it is a problem. The people walk around here like at 5 o'clock, at 6 o'clock in the morning, walking their dogs. But everybody around here has these goddamn like yappy little fucking ankle biting dogs, and their barks. So 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock in the morning, you got all these dogs barking at each other outside. So
Yes, like that in Hackney, because I do my shopping at 7 o'clock in the morning. I go to Tesco. There's all these guys out walking with their dogs. Yeah, all sorts of little yapping creatures every year. Yeah, like that here. I'd like to take a cat on a lead, actually. I've thought about taking my cat David on a lead. Take him out for walks. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna bail. It's just hitting lunchtime here, so I'm gonna we're in tax season too.
Yeah.
So I've got to do my taxes.
All right. Take care. Take care, you dog.
See you guys.
Thank you for
Good
joining
chat.
us. Divine Hazel's here. Divine, do you want to come on, darling? She says she enjoyed the show tonight. Thank you. And she says, just be, let go, allow, and heal. We need no labels. Vegan, vegetarian, carnivore, love, peace, and joy. That is where the Creator wants us to be together. In love and joy.
Yeah.
She's an angel.
But do you get stopped, DW, on the streets? Hello.
Yeah.
Said,
the dog is a babe manic. The dog is a babe manic.
Oh, you know? I bet you. That's funny. Do you enjoy it?
Well, I'm taken, aren't I? I don't be flirting anymore.
It's nice to get female attention.
I learned my lesson. Sorry.
It's nice to get female attention. Sure.
Oh yeah. It's nice. It is nice to be. It is nice to have the fairer sex, be all happy and stuff, and they get all happy.
Yeah, it cheers me up so much to see it. It really cheers me up to see a guy walking his dog. I think it's a lovely thing to see. It does cheer me up. And, I always stop them and have a chat. I also stroke police dogs and police horses. And anything I see, I'll stroke it, talk to it, and kiss it and cuddle it. A bit weird like that.
Okay, guys, we'll be shutting down now soon. If anybody wants to come on and have a few words before we go, then please do. Other than that, we will be shutting down. So you've got about 3 or 4 minutes to come on here. And you can chat, together backstage afterwards if you want to. The link is in chat.
So got the thing about the yellow sun, but ask your mother, okay, about the yellow sun. See what she has to say. Yes?
Yeah, I will actually. I'll try and remember that. Black Hole says, do you believe God is an arsehole? Do you want to come on and explain your reasoning there, Black Hole? Do you have an opinion there, Divine? Do you have an opinion there, Chickpea?
Yeah, I think he's an asshole. Yes.
There you go.
Well,
Does that make you happy, Black Hole?
Well, I'm talking about the demiurge, actually, the god of this world. Yes, I think he's an asshole. Only an asshole would create something like this. No decent god would create something like this. It's all dog eat dog till the bitter death. Everything eating each other. Well, it's true, isn't it? No, what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Everything eating.
Sorry, I'm eating some soya chunks with couscous and salad.
All right. Oh, good for you.
Thank you.
Do you drink the high protein soya milk?
Sorry?
Do you drink the Alpro high protein soya milk?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yes, good stuff, isn't it?
Mm.
Especially when it's on sale, get it £1 off, which may not sound much. You buy 100 litres, you saved £100. That's how I buy it, by the 100. All the cats.
You know the soya chunks from Sainsbury's with couscous? That's what I'm having now.
Oh, no, I haven't done that yet.
Lovely.
Yes.
In the frozen section, yeah.
I eat a lot of bread. I'm a great bread eater.
Pop it in the air fryer.
Oh, do you cook?
Yeah.
Oh, I eat everything raw.
Okay. You're on the raw food diet? Oh.
I don't own a cooker. I actually do not own a cooker. And whenever a man comes into my flat to do repair works or everything else, first thing they say is, "Oi, mate, come and have a look at this. She hasn't got a cooker." People cannot believe I don't own a cooker.
Yeah.
No, I eat everything raw. Raw carrots, raw this, raw that, or just open a tin of vegetables. I'm a raw eater. So I can't be bothered. Too lazy to cook.
Okay, folks. I don't think anybody wants to come on here, so we'll leave it at that, will we, Chickpea?
Yes. Anyway, thank you. It's been love. Thank you for being here for me and everything. And
no, I really appreciate your support. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. If anybody else wants to become a member of the channel, you can do so. Just click join below the video. Chickpea really did it. Helped. Thank you so much, Chickpea. I appreciate that, mate.
Really cheered me up. Anyway,
well, I'm glad.
Bye. Bye.
All right, take
bye.
Care now, and we will say that the show is over until next time. Take care, darling. We'll chat next time. Yeah. Okay. Take care, everybody. And yourselves.
Truth is fleeting, shadows call. We search for meaning, we question all. The path is winding, the veil is thin. Beyond illusion, let the journey begin. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Voices whisper, thoughts collide. Truths are hidden deep inside. The world's a riddle, a shifting dream. Reality isn't what it seems. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Until next time, keep your mind wide. Stay curious and let wisdom guide you. Let us hope we each seek what we're meant to find. May Gnosis bring you peace of peace of mind.